Perhaps we need some outside universal threat to make us recognize this common bound. I occasionally think how quickly our differences worldwide would vanish if we were facing an alien threat from outside this world.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to Spaced Out Radio. Tonight, we made it to the weekend on Friday. And hey, what a way to end the weekend with talking Dogman tonight with the lovely and talented Bettina Moss. Dirty Fylth is here for the cartoon of the night as well. Before we bring them in, let's say hello to everyone in our chat room tonight. Awesome Ann B taking home the gold medal tonight. Race Fan with the silver, and Smithy not only taking the bronze medal, but kicking off the Super Chat tonight. The Super Chat is a wonderful way to support what we do on this show on a nightly basis. Thank you, Smithy, for getting things going. We really do appreciate your love and support of SOR. Roy the Boy, how you doing? Les Paul Holland, NoCal, how you doing? 405er, good to see you. John Hinoyosa, Tombstone, how you guys doing? D. Cohen, nice to have you here. Awesome Ann Palmer, looking lovely tonight. Moving on, Amy is back. It's been a while, but she is here, and Amy will be signing autographs after the show. Line up to the left of the studio, if you don't mind, to the left of the studio. Gorgeous Kathy Evans, lovely Laura, nice to see you both. Thank you for coming on in. As we make our way down, there's the gorgeous Cosmic Fleur and the stunning Tricia. Nice to have you both here. Black Dragon, one of our favorite veterans who tunes on in nightly to this show. Thank you, Mr. Marine. We appreciate your service, my friend. And moving on here, EMF, you're unbelievable. Oh, there we go. That felt good. Moving on, we have Noble Patrick and Bigfoot Rob. Rob, please tell us which bandana you are wearing tonight. Dirty Fylth, how you doing in the chat room? And who else is joining us here? Let's take a look. A-Muse, always a pleasure to have you here. The Gong Show is here. Gong Show Grandmaster will be signing autographs after the show as well. Line up to the right of the studio, to the right of the studio. Moving on here, we got Desert Rat. How you doing, man? Nice to have you here. Mr. Lurks a Lot, Brown Dwarf, Millennium, a man. How are you? Thanks for coming on in. West Coast Dogman Project. Welcome to SOR Chat. Boom to you, gorgeous Bama. And who else is joining us? Well, let's take a look here. Let's see. The Crypto Guru, Ronald Murphy. It is Guru time, people. Guru time. No Cal Cubs. I already said hi to you. Hey, Big Willie and your beard. How you doing? Give us a beard update if you don't mind. Okaz Entertainment, welcome to SOR Chat. Thank you for joining us. Phil Minervino, Michael Fontaine, good to see you guys. Thank you for coming on in. Hi, Mark Longoria. Always a pleasure to have you here. And where are we here on the roll call? Let's see. Oh, there's Doug Shelby, everyone. The Doug Shelby has arrived, which means we can officially start the show. Cecil, how you doing, my friend? The lovely Jenny White Bear. Gorgeous Lala Bright. Nice to have you here. And who else is here? Hey, Bobbert, how you doing, buddy? Nice to see you. And who's your geode? Welcome to SOR Chat. They know Jim. Welcome back to the show. And Stephen Edmond, always a pleasure to have you here. Let's get the radio side started, shall we? Because that is kind of important for us. Yes, it is. All right. Michael Haywood, nice to have you back. The Gansfield Files, good to see you back as well. And as we continue on with roll call here, who else do we have? We have Damian K. How you doing, man? Nice to see you. Catherine Pierce, welcome to SOR Chat. Dennis Zuniga, another great veteran who listens to this show. Thank you for your service, my friend. And who else is here? Well, let's just keep on scrolling. Scrolling. Right. Super Duke from World Bigfoot Radio is here. How you doing, buddy? And hey, it's sweet Donna Spencer. She's looking gorgeous tonight. And I think we're caught up. We are officially caught up. The super chat is open. It's a wonderful way to support what we do on our show, just like our big man Phil here just did. Thank you so much, Phil. Very much appreciate the love and support. Teresa Davis, welcome to SOR Chat. And of course, you can shop at our Spaced Out Radio website. Just go to our store. We got some really cool swag, including a couple of Dogman t-shirts in there as well. We are ready to go. I am ready to go. Bettina is ready to go. DA Machina Podcast. How are you? Horns up. Mountains of central British Columbia to you listening around the world. This, my friends, is Spaced Out Radio. I am your host, Dave Scott, sitting in the captain's chair of SOR headquarters. We welcome you to tonight's show on our terrestrial affiliates around North America, digitally on Odyssey Radio, TalkStream Live, and KPNL. All of our archives are free. Join us at youtube.com/Spaced Out Radio. Do old Davey the favor, hit that subscribe button. You can follow us on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio, Instagram at Spaced Out Radio Show, and on TikTok at Spaced Out Radio. Our website is spacedoutradio.com. We have a plethora of features for you. Rock out to Bumblefoot, read Shirky Poo's Newswire. Check out our swag as well. Tonight's show is brought to you by CHIVE Charities. Help make the world 10% happier by visiting CHIVE Charities today. You can find them on our website. We got a fantastic show for you tonight, and I am sure you're going to absolutely love it. Bettina Moss is here. We are talking about a lot of really cool stuff regarding Dogman, and I think you're going to enjoy that, including your own experience. Then in hour number 3, we're going to head to the swamp, as the Swamp Dweller's got a spooky Dogman story for us. Tim Senor will be around for the UFO report. Shirky Poo has the news. Bettina Moss is a dental hygienist from Alabama. She has always been open-minded when it's paranormal, from aliens, UFOs, and of course, all unexplained. But she has a real love and interest for cryptids ever since she was a teenager. Yeah, she was learning about the Loch Ness Monster, Bigfoot, from watching TV shows like Sightings and reading articles in the National Enquirer on creatures such as Sasquatch. But it was years later when things started happening, listening to podcast videos on YouTube, and then one day it happened to her. And we're going to learn all about it right now as Bettina Moss, one of the top new podcasters regarding the Dogman species. And we love her here on Spaced Out Radio. Bettina, it's your first time here. We're glad to have you here. How are you?
I'm great. Thanks for having me. I'm so excited to just be on the show tonight. I'm really happy about this. So
Me
thank
too.
you for reaching out to me.
No problem. No problem. We're glad to have you here as well because, you know, one of the things that I have not experienced, and I've seen a lot and I've been through a lot, but this whole Dogman thing just scares the bejesus out of me. It does.
Absolutely.
There is something nefarious about this creature. It's something that I think is completely wrong. I know people who have encountered this. I've talked to them personally, not on the radio and including on the radio. But this thing, I don't know what the hell it's all about, but it deserves the fear and the respect of that fear, I truly believe. What do you think?
I think so too. I think that because these creatures are, I don't even, at one point in time, I would have said maybe so elusive, but they're not completely elusive. And it kind of depends on the way you're looking at it. But I feel that they have gained that fear because most people, when you look at them, they look like a werewolf. And we've been told monsters don't exist. So when you see them like that, that actually does exist, and you see it in real time, or you hear a lot of these animal attacks that have happened that they say is wild dog attacks, or there's plenty of different things that's going on with that, and a lot of cover-ups that happen. So yeah, I think that they've owned that right to be feared. It's crazy. They can do a lot of things that natural animals or natural creatures can't do.
I'm going to ask you just a quick favor. If you could move just a little bit, your microphone a little bit closer to you, because you're coming in just a little bit quiet. But for you, having a lifetime of interest and intrigue in all things scary and weird, like a lot of us have before we became experiencers, what was always your love and passion for the monsters that live among us?
Well, I started out actually watching a lot of videos, Bigfoot, but Bigfoot for the most part, because I had gone all the way back to like the probably late 80s, early 90s, when the National Enquirer was out and shows like Sightings and Unsolved Mysteries. So that's how I got started in that. And then the early 2000s, Monster Quest was out, and I really liked that show. And there was a lot of people telling their encounters on there. So I've always believed that there was other things out there, aliens, all of that. So there was never a time when I was closed minded to any of this. So to begin with, I would have to say that Bigfoot was the first thing that I started out in as far as cryptids are concerned. But then, of course, like when you get to your suggested videos, one day I got to watching some videos talking about Dogman, and I kind of laughed it off to begin with because I thought it was ridiculous. And I was like, they're just reaching, they're just pulling anything out the air now. This is crazy. But the more shows, the more interviews that I watched and listened to, the more I kind of became a believer at that point. And I was like, oh, wow, this is really crazy. There's something out there that's scarier than Bigfoot. So at that point, I had not had my own sighting or encounters with Dogman at all yet. That didn't happen until, I'm going to say, probably about, I've been listening to it probably for about, I'm going to say, maybe 5 years or so before I ever had an encounter with the Dogman. So
Wow.
yeah, I
Absolutely.
wouldn't have believed something like that. I would have believed it. I've been open minded for a long time, and there's questions about a lot of stuff that's out there. For me now at this point, the fact that there's so many cryptids or different creatures, there's sightings and stuff like that caught on video. To me, I'm open at this point to endless amount of possibilities of what else is out there. The Dogman and Bigfoot and stuff like that, werewolves exist, and that makes you wonder: do vampires exist too? Is that real? And some people
What
believe
isn't
it
real?
is. So there's a lot. Right. Exactly.
What is not real today? I mean, that's literally what it comes down to. I mean, look, with everything that's going on and all the cover-ups that are happening with the government and UFOs and extraterrestrials, and people tend to believe that the government is also covering up Dogman and Sasquatch and other little creatures that have been around for millennia that First Nations people have claimed to have had encounters with over time. I mean, what isn't real today? I mean, that's what it comes down to. And
Mhm.
that's what, in my opinion, is really one of the subjects we need to be covering, because a lot of people are having experiences. I've had
Mhm.
experiences. You've had experiences. We know a plethora of people between us that have seen strange sightings in the skies or the forests or even in their own homes.
Mhm.
So, for you, as you embark on this research and the podcasting aspect of everything, what do you hope to gain regarding the subject of Dogman?
I hope that at some point the powers that be, whoever they are, the secret agencies, the parks and recreations, DNR, I hope that at some point they come out and admit that these things are real. Um, they have to a certain degree, but there's a lot of non-disclosure. There's a lot of people who have to sign off and be willing to not talk about it. People who work at these national parks and services and just state parks, there's a cover up to the highest levels of government, the police officers and stuff like that. I believe a lot of them are already preempted to know that if a case like this comes up, brush it under the rug. It's not to go to the media. And so I feel like that by getting eyewitness accounts out there, doing interviews, having people to give more information on what they've noticed of the Bigfoot, Dogman, any cryptid that they've encountered, by doing so and documenting the information that you get from each eyewitness from one to the next, that's how you get more and more information about them, and you compare those different characteristics or those different things that are shared with you from one guest to the next, in order to be able to kind of build a profile when it comes to Bigfoot and Dogman, so we can learn what these things are, why they're here, and try to figure out what's their purpose. I'm kind of hoping that it's going to come to a point where one day somebody's going to get that money shot. And I really, to be honest with you, I feel like somebody already has gotten money shots. There's probably a lot of videos that's clear, that are
Well,
clear, but those are confiscated a lot of times.
One of the things that we need to figure out for our audience listening in who may not really know too much about Dogman, or maybe snickering, really, Dogman, really? Well, yeah, Dogman. What do you think this creature is? What do you think it's all about?
Okay, so I have really right now. I'm thinking that my main theory, my main belief on it. I'm coming from a Christian standpoint. I believe that they are Nephilim. There's a lot of different beliefs when it comes to these cryptids. Some people believe that they are nothing more than undiscovered animal, like any other animals that were not known to exist before. But I feel like that they're Nephilim. I don't feel like that they're just regular flesh and blood. I think that they're flesh and blood, but I also think that they're paranormal as well. And the reason I believe that is because of the things that they can do. They can do a lot of stuff that regular animals can't do. Their cloaking ability. And I'm not talking about camouflage, or where you have like a chameleon or something like that, or a tree frog that can blend into the tree where you don't see it. They can do that too. But I'm talking about on a supernatural level, being able to go completely invisible. Also, half a body manifesting, like you can see like the top half of the body, then the lower half, like below where you should be able to see its legs. Even if there's an opening in the trees, there's nothing there. Watching them, what I mentioned a few minutes ago, the whole thing as far as their ability to cloak like that and completely disappear before people's eyes. To me, I call that the predator effect. If y'all have seen that movie Predator, that's what it looks like, and you can actually capture that on camera. And sometimes you can see them in that form, like with your natural eyes. There's several different things about them that make me say that I believe that they're Nephilim. One reason I say that is because, like I said, the supernatural abilities. And if they're not, then we can just say that they're interdimensional. Some people believe that they're an alien species. There's several different thought process when it comes to this, but the self-illuminating eyes, that's not natural to regular animals. And I'm not talking about when your car headlights illuminate the eyes. It's not that. These eyes are glowing whether there's lights pointed to them or not. So it's a lot of strange stuff that they can do that natural animals can't. The ability to doors, car doors, house doors, come in people's homes. That's just, they ambush people. It's just so many different things to this that it's scary. It's scary because we were told monsters don't exist. But then when you're out there one day and you've never heard, it's worse, I think, for the people who are out there who've never heard any stories about Dogman or Bigfoot, and they're just out in the woods hunting or fishing or camping or whatever, and you run up on something like that. So I feel like that the government and these powers that be owe their due diligence to the people, because they need to let people know that these things are out there. There's been people killed.
I
So
want to
that's how I
ask
feel.
you. I want to ask you, if you don't mind, your
Mm-hmm.
your thoughts on why you believe they are some sort of Nephilim from biblical times. Because I mean, a lot of people think Sasquatch might be that as well. And yet there are so many definitions to what these creatures are in the cryptid world. Everybody has their own personal belief, but what I like about you is, even though you have your own personal belief, you're still quite open to the idea that it might
Mm-hmm.
be something else. You haven't landlocked yourself like people part of the Bigfoot Research Organization, where this is flesh and blood. That's all it is. That's all it can be.
Mm-hmm.
And that's our proof, even though we have no proof. Yet for you calling it Nephilim, why do you lean down that road?
Because for me, the Nephilim theory is the only one that answers for all of it from what I've seen so far. Um, the reason I say that is because, okay, so if I address real quick, like the flesh and blood aspect for the people that think
Sure.
they're straight flesh and blood, we know that they can be killed. We know that they have killed. We know that you can shoot them or something like that and injure them, and you will draw blood. So I understand that they are flesh and blood when it comes to that, and they procreate. They have pups. They climb trees. They do everything else. They're physical, but then the other aspect of that can't be explained when for that theory for the ones that say that, and I never debate anybody on their belief. Everybody's entitled to their own belief, but you need to think rationally when it comes to trying to make sense of what they are, and you can't just leave out the parts that you don't like or the parts that don't make sense. Well, you can leave it and you can say, well, I don't know what to do with that. I'm just going to kind of put that in a safe box and leave it alone. But there are ways to answer for it. You had creatures back in ancient times, ancient Egyptian times, Greek mythology, creatures that were around at these times. And when they were around, the people were depicting at that time what they saw then. They were depicting, and I like to use Anubis a lot. That's the dog-headed man.
And the funny part about it is, and I'm sure you
Some
already
people
know
say
this,
that was
but
a mask that
yeah,
hit the man was wearing, but I don't think so.
well, a lot of people, Bettina, have also made claims about seeing these Anubis type creatures on the battlefields of Afghanistan and Syria,
Mm-hmm.
and made claims about seeing these same creatures in Brazil as well. I
Mm-hmm.
mean, carrying the armor, like shoulder pads and helmets, and these long, scabbard
Mm-hmm.
type swords. I mean, this is creepy, creepy
It is. It's very creepy.
stuff we're
There's
dealing with here.
Oh yeah, it's very creepy because, like, for me, you know, there's so many different aspects, so many different ways I can go with this, but I will just kind of touch more on that Nephilim theory you asked me about. Um, so when you look at it, there's a lot of things that happen in the Bible. If you're Christian and you have that belief, then there's things that happen during I think right before the flood, where the fallen angels had come in and procreated with women. And it also goes on to say that the animals had also corrupted their way on the earth as well. So when you go into the book of Enoch also touches on this, and it goes into greater detail on what was happening. Because at one point in time, I wondered, well, what did the animals do? How did the animals sin? How did they corrupt their way? Why would God destroy these animals as well? So if those animals were destroyed, then of course, then whatever that corruption was, the book of Enoch goes into it and it explains that those fallen angels were also procreating with animals and plants and all this kind of stuff too. And so that's very strange, and it kind of makes you wonder why some of these books are taken out of the Bible. Now, when it comes down to it, I don't know if that was genetic splicing or how they went about this, but I do know that these things existed in ancient times. Like I mentioned before, Anubis. Greek mythology, you have the Minotaur, you have satyrs. Who's going to paint or draw or depict something that they've never seen before? You're depicting things that are real to you at that time. That's my thoughts on that. So I feel like for them to have the supernatural aspect and explain them as Nephilim, it's because of the things that they do that natural animals don't. You don't go outside and, like, call to Fido or call to your dog and you see them like cloak or disappear, anything like that. It's just too much. It's weird. The fact that they can come in, how do they have that knowledge? The fact that they can ambush people. It's just so many different aspects of it. Um, Mind speak. A lot of people have also talked about that when it comes to dogmen. So it's there's something there that's of a supernatural aspect to them that's just not explainable
And that
scientifically
is
anyway.
the incredible part. Yeah, we got about 4.5 minutes before we have to go to break at the bottom of the hour. Bettina Moss talking Dogman tonight is our main topic and our great guest, and we appreciate her joining us tonight. Bettina, we hear so many encounters about this. Years ago, going back 35 years or so, this creature seemed to be centralized around northern central United States, Michigan, Wisconsin, the Beast of Bray Road in 1999 or 91, pardon me, or 89, sorry, when Linda Godfrey wrote about this as a journalist. And now this Dogman creature seems to be absolutely everywhere. What do you think? People are just more aware of it now? Creature's always been in all parts of North America, or do you think this thing has expanded its own territory?
I think that it's expanded its own territory, but I also think that now the difference is, as far as like earlier, we didn't have cell phones back in the 90s. I mean, I think it came in the late part of the 90s, but we didn't have cell phones and we didn't have cameras, and we had regular cameras, but today it's easy to instantly catch them like on camera. They're just people out hiking or doing it, whatever they're doing. And so I think that there's more sightings and encounters that are now being reported because of the fact that you have cameras. You didn't have that ability before. So like just basically by pulling out your phone, you're able to capture these things in real time. Now, the other aspect of why I think that they're also seeing more nowadays is because we are building into their territory, building homes, cutting down trees. And so we are branching out and now going further into the woods. And it's a lot of reasons why this is happening. And sometimes I think that they become so, what do you call it? Desensitized towards humans. I mean, not that they have to be afraid of humans, but so desensitized towards us that they are coming to our homes and stuff now too. So I think that's why there's more sightings as far as these things are concerned. This is why this is happening more now. This is just my thoughts on it.
Right. When we come back from the break here in a couple of minutes, I am so excited to hear about your own personal encounter and what happened to you. Like I have had close encounters with Sasquatch, 2 of them specifically.
Oh, wow.
And neither of them, Bettina, scared me. But I think what you've gone through and others seeing this Dogman, I honestly don't know if I would leave with clean underwear. I really do not know this.
I know that if that night, the one I already knew about them before I had this encounter in 2013, and I'll go into it after we come back from the break. But if I had not been in the car that night, if I had gotten out and was gathering my things, and I had looked up and seen that, I swear to God, I probably would have died on the spot. I feel like I would have had a heart attack. It was just that terrifying. So I'll go more into that after we come back from break. But yeah, I can honestly say I've looked back on it though, and I think that if I could go back, if I'd known then what I know now, like I would have had a dash cam, and that's probably a wise thing to have because I would have had like a picture or a video of one that's standing right there before the camera, like not hiding behind trees or anything. It's wide out in the open, up close. So um, I'm a person though. I can tell you, I don't think I would feel comfortable being a field investigator unless I'm going out with a large team. I just don't think I feel comfortable with that, knowing what's out there.
Well, I know in my area where the Dogmen are. I know where they are. And I can tell you right now, I have not investigated that area at all. I'm not a researcher, but I sure am somebody with a lot of curiosity. And yeah, I'm not going yet. I am not going yet. I haven't found the cojones to do so just yet. Sasquatch, not a problem. Let's go play toys, man. Let's go play.
Right.
Let's hang out. Let's have a beer. Let's, have a hot dog over an open fire.
Mhm.
This thing, I don't know. Bettina Moss, I'm going to get you to hold on right there. We are going to go to break here at the bottom of the hour. We're talking Dogman, and we are going to get Bettina's own personal encounter with the Dogman. Monster Talk all night long on Spaced Out Radio continues right after this. Good start. Good start. I know we have a lot of first-time listeners of Bettina's audience here watching her tonight. I just want to quickly explain to you our format because it is a little bit different than what you may be used to. We are a live radio show, which is why we have to go to commercial break. But you guys and gals get to see the behind the scenes, and that's why you're still hearing us talk. We're going to, just kind of BS our way through this, and you get to watch Dirty Fylth paint like a madman because that's what he does. And yeah, welcome to Spaced Out Radio. If you haven't yet, hit that subscribe button, ring that bell, give us a thumbs up, thumbs down, thumbs sideways, whatever way you want to go, and we will make it happen. Zune was wondering if you could say hi to Josh for him.
Hey, Josh.
Bettina?
Say hi. Uh-oh. Am I muted? Can y'all hear me?
No. They can hear you.
Who is Josh? Josh Turner? Is that who they're talking about?
I don't know.
Hey, Josh. Hey, World Bigfoot Radio, Brown Dwarf. How y'all? Thank y'all for showing up tonight. This is awesome. It was a good turnout. I'm excited to be on the show tonight. I'm just as interested in finding out more about these things as I can possibly find out. I'm excited to be going to the conference that Josh Turner is holding in Paris, Tennessee on August the 13th, next month. And there's a lot of people going to be at that. It's the Dogman Cryptid Conference. And I can't remember how many miles, but it's only a few miles from the LBL. There's an all-star guest lineup for the most part of Bigfoot and Dogman researchers that's going to be at this event. So I'm really looking forward to it. They have me as one of the panelists, and I'm just excited to be there. And I don't know. I feel like I've come a long way doing these shows and interviewing eyewitnesses on my own show. I've learned a lot, and it becomes somewhat consuming when you start doing interviews with people all the time and talking about the same stuff over and over and over again. You kind of get used to it, almost kind of like you get numb to it after a while, because it starts to somewhat seem redundant. But every now and then there's a little bit more information that comes out about them that kind of makes it what am I trying to say? It makes it necessary to keep doing these shows, interviewing people. It's important.
You got that right.
I think it's therapeutic too. Oh yeah, I think it's therapeutic too, because I think that a lot of people, some of them need counseling behind this. So people have had PTSD. There's been people who have attacks that have been more aggressive, or encounters or sightings with them that have been more aggressive, having them come up to their homes, knocking on doors, knocking on windows, strange howls and growls and all that kind of stuff that's going on. So when you look at that aspect of it, it's terrifying. And so that need, and I think the fascination with Dogman today is that need to try to understand, what is this? Kind of like the same way people like to be scared when they go to the movie theater to watch a horror movie. There's a fascination with it. A fascination.
Give me 1 second here. Hey, Wes Curry, you're going to get blocked here if you continue to put that bullshit up in my chat room. So take it elsewhere. This is about fun. This is about enjoying the time. So don't bring your unverified reports here, okay? Thank you. Nightmare, how you doing? Gorgeous Marlena, good to see you. Eli McInnes, it's been a while. Thank you for coming on in. And Wrenches, take care of that if you don't mind. And we go from there. Where are all my wrenches? Fayu, how you doing? Good to see you.
Yeah, Wrenches got quiet.
Yeah, well, my wrenches are good. Good.
They are.
I don't put up with spamming crap. Yeah.
You were mentioning that you think that they are, you've had some encounters. What do you think they are?
I think they're we'll get into it, but I think they're supernatural. Mm-hmm. I do.
Oh yeah.
I really do. The telepathy thing really gets me. And
that mind speak, yeah.
Give me 2 seconds here. Hi, Applesauce. You're looking lovely tonight. I now know who you are, and I love you for it. And a big thank you to the super chatters tonight. Smithy, Phil, Steven, Lala times 2, Doug, Waylon, and Catfish. Thank you for the love. It's a great way to support what we do on this show on a nightly basis. And let's rock and roll with the second half hour right now, everyone. Second half hour of Spaced Out Radio is now underway. Good to have you with us. My name is Dave Scott. Very much appreciate earning your listening ears. Want to remind you that if you miss portions of this show or others, check out our free archives by going to youtube.com/Spaced Out Radio. Do old Davey the favor, hit that subscribe button. Our website is spacedoutradio.com. We have a plethora of features for you. Rock out to Bumblefoot, read Shirky Poo's Newswire. Check out our swag as well. Follow us on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio, Instagram at Spaced Out Radio Show, and on TikTok at Spaced Out Radio. We continue on tonight with the amazing Bettina Moss. She is one of the top podcasters who's come on the line and started talking about Dogman research. What is this creature? What's it all about? What is it doing in our forest, scaring the bejesus out of us? Bettina, welcome back to Spaced Out Radio.
Yes. I think I don't know if it's going to take for these, I'll put it to you like this. I feel like when it comes down to Dogman, it's going to take for people to actually come out and admit it. It's going to have to be like some mass sighting. I don't think that there's ever going to be a time when people think that if you put out a body, if you kill one, and that's going to prove it. And 9 times out of 10, it's not, because it's never going to see the light of day if you bring a body in, because the powers that be are not going to allow that to happen. But I don't know if you want me to go into kind of the cover-ups and stuff like that, or did you want me to go into my encounter?
Well, let's
talk about that.
Let's go into your encounter first and foremost. What happened to you?
Okay.
Take us through that.
Okay, so basically, like I said before, y'all, I already knew about Dogman, I already knew about Bigfoot, but I have been listening to those shows for years, and I never thought I would ever have my own sighting or encounter. So it was November of 2013. I do know that. I know it was hunting for the weekend, which he would do, kind of periodically every year. So he would do the same thing. So I would go and visit with my parents every weekend for the most part, like I normally would. And I can't remember the exact date on it. I know it was a weekend, but I know I was thinking that day about, Thanksgiving food the following week. So it was the week before Thanksgiving. It's about 8 o'clock at night. I pull into their neighborhood. The way that their neighborhood is set up is like after you pull off of the main highway, you pull into their neighborhood. You keep straight ahead, then you're in the cul-de-sac. It's like a dead end part of the neighborhood. But if you're coming into the neighborhood and you make a left, you're going further out into the neighborhood where the rest of the houses are. They lived in this end where it was a cul-de-sac. There's about 5 or 6 other houses surrounded it. And I'm just basically giving y'all the layout of the land right now so you guys understand what the setup was, what it looked like, and what was going on. So my parents' driveway was at an incline. It had a lattice carport around it, an external extension that they had made onto their driveway. But so they had 3 vehicles. So every weekend that I would go over there to visit my parents, I always had to park on the sidewalk on the street below. So it was never an issue. I had a key to their house, and on every other weekend that I've ever gone there, it was never a thought in my mind at any point, like just the whole thought of, I knew that they existed, but it just wasn't a thought. I would pull up, get out of the car, take forever getting my, bags and stuff out of the car, and then go up through the driveway and go in the house. Sometimes the door would be locked, but I'll get into that later. So On this night, I pull up and I park. It's already dark out there on that end of the neighborhood. There's no street lights. Excuse me. There's no street lights on that end. So, and I think everybody else, there were older people, and so pretty much everybody gone to bed, so their porch lights and stuff went on. But so when I pull up and I pull up next to the curb, my headlights are flashing straight ahead. I didn't cut the car off right away, so the headlights are shining straight into the woods down the path. There's a path that leads further back into the woods, and I wasn't paying attention. The car was still running. I had things that I was trying to gather from the passenger seat, picking up everything I could. It's kind of dark, and now at this point, I know about dogmen and stuff like that. So there's still that creep factor at the back of your mind where you're thinking, okay, there's things in the dark that people don't know about, and it's still scary. And I like scary movies too, so I scare myself sometimes. So on this particular night, I'm gathering stuff out of the passenger seat because I want to put as much that I can get in my purse so I don't have to take forever, get out of the car, go over to the passenger side, then go to the back and get all my stuff out. Because I was scared. So after I gathered everything up, I look back up and I'm getting ready to turn the car off. I look straight ahead and I kind of paused for a minute because I was like, oh my God, like I know that that's not what I think it is. So I wanted to make sure my mom wasn't playing tricks on me. I looked straight ahead and then I basically turned the high beams on it. When I put the high beams on it, and I'm looking at what I thought it was a dog man right off. We don't have bears in North Alabama. There's been times that they've traveled down or migrated down from Tennessee or Kentucky and stuff like that, but we don't have bears there. This was what I was looking at when I put the high beams on it was a jet black upright dog man standing on 2 feet. It had its back to me, so it was facing like it was getting ready to walk down that path and go further into the woods. It looked to be, and like I've said before, I'm not like a good gauge of height, but I know that my tallest relative, my tallest cousin, he's like 6'4", 6'5", and this thing was about 8.5. I'm gonna say 8.5 to 9 feet tall.
Oh,
Jet black. Oh yeah, jet black. And it had. So I'm looking at it from behind. I'm sitting in my car like I'm standing right here right now, and I'm looking at y'all. I'm looking straight ahead. There, I'm looking at it. It's not moving, and it remained completely still the entire time while the low beams were on it. And I'm gonna go into a description in just a second. I drive a 2008 Cadillac CTS, so the headlights on that are garbage, and they kind of flare out, and they're just not that bright. So basically, I think that this dog man on that night, I caught it off guard. I think it was already on its path or getting ready to maybe go out and hunt for the night or whatever it was getting ready to do. And I think when I pulled up next to that curve that night, I think what it was doing was let me just remain completely still. They're used to remaining still so much so that a lot of times people won't even see them in the daytime because they blend in so well. But when I put the high beams on it, I think that is what made this dog man then end up having to turn around to face me because at that point, yeah, oh yeah, it was. I mean, so I'm looking at it from the back.
May
I'm
I
like,
cut you
oh
off
my
for
God,
1 second?
yeah,
May I cut you
yeah.
off for 1 second? I may have missed this, but how far away were you from this creature?
Okay, so where I was parked at, and next time I'm gonna start sharing pictures beforehand so I can show y'all. But if I had gotten out of the car, because I've traced the steps after this later on, if I'd gotten out of my car and taken anywhere between 60 to 75, 80 steps, depending on how big the steps are, I would have been face to face with it.
Oh,
I'd have
that's
been
not
face
far.
to face with it. No, so
That's not
just
far.
60 to 80 steps, it is right there. You're face to face with it. So um, basically, when I put the high beams on it, it's almost like in my mind, I feel like it didn't have any choice at that point but to turn around and face me because now it knows that it's spotlighted. The low beams didn't do anything to it. So when it turned, it looked, um, I always like to say any normal, regular animal, they're going to look at the car. They're not going to look into the windshield. This thing knew to look directly into the windshield in the driver's seat and look straight into my eyes. And it had eye contact with me for anywhere between 8 to 10 seconds. And as this is happening, you know, I got all these thoughts going through my head, but I'm gonna give y'all more information on what it looked like. So most people are used to hearing about dogmen that look like a black German Shepherd or Anubis with the pointy ears that stick up real high with the tufts of fur on it. This is not what I saw. I have seen that one too, but that's not what I saw that night during that first encounter. This dogman had, it was jet black. It was blacker than the night. It had a large, broad type head like a Rottweiler or a pit bull. It didn't have the German Shepherd wolf Anubis head. It didn't have the elongated snout. It had more of a short snout like your Rottweiler or pit bull, and it didn't have the amber eyes that everybody talks about in most dogman encounters. It had like turquoise blue luminescent eyes, like they were glowing from within. So as I'm looking at it, it's looking at me. I'm basically, the next thing I said was, you know, I can't remember if I prayed this out loud or if I said it, you know, in my head, but please God, don't let that thing walk over here, because sometimes my automatic doors would not lock. And so since they wouldn't lock, I'm thinking, oh my God, like this is ironic. I'm going to have a death by dog, man, because when it wouldn't lock, I thought this was going to be one of those times the door didn't lock and this thing is going to sprint over here, open the door, and like basically you're going to be its meal. Your parents will never know that you even were out here, other than your car still being laying there, you know, outside. So so when I thought that, when that thought came to my head, please God, don't let that thing come over here. This will be one of those times where the doors are not locked. And the next thought that came to my head, and this is where I say this is the one and only time I would say maybe if any telepathic speaking had actually happened to me, this was at that time. What I heard in my head while I said that was, oh, it's just you. No big deal. And it casually turned its back and it was on its way getting ready to continue on its path that it was getting ready to probably go before I got there. But I just stopped and it stopped. So I didn't think about it until later, but I realize now that my parents moved in that. My parents moved in that house in like 1985, so I was like 5 years old when they moved there. So I was wondering, had this thing been there like for all those years, over 30 years? Had it been there all that long? Is this something that just came through recently or in the last few years? And either way, it knows who I am because it's seen me here on a regular basis. It's so many different factors to this. Now, I forgot to mention to y'all what the body looked like. It was 8.5 to 9 feet tall, jet black, broad pit bull Rottweiler type head. It had the upper body, I guess you would say, like the pecs and the abs, like a bodybuilder. The waist was tapered, and it did have the large hawk style legs. I don't remember seeing the tail when its back was to me, and it didn't growl at me, and I didn't feel like any evil energy from it. I felt like the thing let me know that it knew who I was and it wasn't worried about me. It never dropped down on all fours like, oh my God, like I don't want you to see that I'm standing up like this. Because a lot of times people say that there will be this shocked expression on their face when they've been caught, like they're not supposed to be seen. And I don't think I was supposed to see that thing. I think that it's used to people pulling into the neighborhood and driving further out where the rest of the houses are. So it wasn't expecting that. I caught it off guard. But after that day, I knew at that point on, I said, you know what? Where you see one, there's more. There's not the only one. There's more of them back there. And after that, that's the day that I decided to start taking pictures and recording video on a regular basis. And I learned a lot by doing that from a period of 2013 to 2019. I learned a lot by observing them.
I got a bunch of questions here for you, if you don't mind.
Mm-hmm.
First off, how did you hold your composure when this thing turned and looked at you and you knew that it was staring right at you in the windshield?
If it wasn't for the fact that it ended up saying, oh, it's just you, no big deal, and then casually walked away, then I probably would have had a panic attack. I probably would have been scared beyond belief. I was scared, and I had a tear rolling down my eye because I'm like, I cannot believe I'm actually looking at this right now. But I think that I felt fear, but it didn't get off that evil presence. I think maybe I would have felt completely different had I been on the outside of the car. I think the fact that I already knew things about them and knew of their existence, I wasn't as caught off guard by it as any other person would. I was just shocked because you never think of them in your area. But from what I've learned in this past several years, that's the South is, flooded with Dogman, Bigfoot, cryptids. What is it? Tennessee, Kentucky, Alabama are hot spots. Now, there's something that I did learn about that particular Dogman that I think I learned, and I think I ended up seeing it again on another occasion. I'm going to go into something with you guys in a few minutes about tobacco and Dogman, smoking and Dogman, all that kind of stuff, because there's something to that also. And if any of you that are watching in the comments right now, if y'all are watching this, if you've ever seen a Dogman or if you've been outside while you had an encounter and you were smoking, a lot of the shows that you watch, you have people saying, well, I was outside smoking a cigarette, or I was on the porch, or I was on my lunch break and I was outside smoking. And there's a correlation there. I've found out that they're attracted to tobacco smoke, tobacco and perfume. I do know that, and I know that every single time that I was out there and I had a encounter myself, I was always smoking. Now that could also be because smokers are probably outside all the time. I don't know, but I
Well,
do think I seen that one again.
I know in talking to some First Nations friends that at
Mm-hmm.
least for Sasquatch, I'm not sure for Dogman, but for Sasquatch, tobacco is a peace offering. It has always been a peace offering by Indigenous people with the
Mm-hmm.
peace pipes and the tobacco. So the fact that they are attracted to the tobacco, I think actually makes sense with what
Mm-hmm.
you're saying, because it would be known as a peace offering.
Yeah, they just watched for hours, and a lot of the time. So that was the only encounter, like the up. It wasn't the only up close encounter. That was just the only time I saw that one out in the open like that. But every time after that, that I did record pictures, record video, and take pictures of them, they were always behind trees, partially hidden, but they're always somewhat peeking out a little bit. If you're going to try to catch a Dogman moving or a Bigfoot moving, you're going to have to rapid fire take a whole bunch of pictures back to back, almost to see movement in them, because they move so subtly that a lot of the times they will try to actually move with the movement of the wind through the trees, like so that you can't detect them moving or you can't detect their eyes blinking. You take rapid shots back to back, especially if you know for a fact that you're seeing something and you think, oh, I know for a fact. Take several pictures back to back, and when you do, you can. I caught one, which I like to call the German Shepherd Anubis Dogman. I caught one of that particular one. I took probably about 4, 5, 6 shots back to back. So it's looking at me straight on. And this is the one like the most people basically talk about in the encounters, the German Shepherd type. I'm looking at it straight on. So if you're looking at it straight on, it appears to have more of a broad snout. But then if it's tilted its head, then now the snout appears to be more narrow. You will see different things in the facial features. That lets you know when there's movement. So if you do that, you'll capture different stuff. And sometimes you'll even capture the progression of it transforming from one picture to the next, coming into focus or out of focus. But people always have a thing where they talk about you can't just, why are all these pictures showing up blurry and pixelated, and it's not about, sometimes it might be because of the person taking the picture, but for me a lot of times it's not, because you got professionals that's taking pictures too, and you got the highest quality definition cameras and phones and everything else. It's because these creatures have the paranormal ability to cause that. I don't know how they disrupt it. Is what are they doing with that? But however they're doing it, they're able to manipulate that. And that's why you're getting a lot of pictures like that. It's not so much because the person taking the picture.
We have about 4 minutes to go before we got to go to break at the top of the hour. Bettina Moss is our guest tonight with an amazing encounter with the Dogman, and we're going to continue on here. I want to get back to this telepathic communication where this Dogman kind of looked at you and said, "Oh, it's just you." I mean, to me, that makes sense. If your parents had lived there since 1985, you would have lived there as a child as well. I mean, the idea that this thing could have been watching you for years and getting used to you, but never really made its presence known to you until that point. That amazes me. But it's this telepathic message that you got. This oh, it's just you. So many people have talked about this telepathic message that they get from this creature. And I'm just wondering, like, when it popped in your head, how clear was that message? What did it feel like or sound like?
It wasn't. I don't know if it wasn't like I heard it and like what you may think of would be like some growly wolf voice. It just came through my head like it. I don't know if it. I can't really. It's hard to explain because it didn't come through as like some other voice. I just heard, "Oh, it's just you. No big deal." Almost like it was curious to who is spotlighting it right now, but at the same time, maybe also reading my thoughts or whether I said it out loud or out in my head, I don't know. But it responded to my fear, and it said, "It's just you, no big deal," and it didn't give off that evil. So I just that's the one and only time that I can say that I had telepathic speaking, if that's what it was at all. But I do know that as soon as it said that, it did turn and casually walk away and go further into those woods. I've gone back there after that, and I've gone. Matter of fact, one thing I wanted to share with y'all is that Coonbo lives about 45 minutes away from where my parents live at. So used to live, and I ended up interviewing him on my show when I had Coonbo on. We set up a time. He came out to that property. The dog man that I saw during that first encounter that night, it was standing in front of this big, I can't remember what kind of tree it was now, if it was cedar tree or what, but it was standing directly in front of that. And what was funny is that as me and Coonbo were getting ready to walk back into those woods so I could show him the layout of the land and, see if we could find any evidence, Coonbo stopped right there in that spot where the dog man was standing. And he looked at that tree and he said, "Oh, wow, this is interesting." I said, "What is it?" He said, "That's a sentinel tree." I said, "What is a sentinel tree?" And he said, "Well, it's where they pretty much perch up in the trees and they watch people. They watch you, like basically watch everything that's going on in the neighborhood, watching what's going on that end." So what was interesting about that was that I had not told Coonbo where the dog man was standing. I hadn't told him you're at this exact spot right now. He parted the leaves of that tree. And when he parted the leaves of that tree so I could get a better look, he said, "Do you see how the bark of the branches, like all these, do you see how that's all worn away? There's no bark on it. It's clean." And I was like, wow, it was completely clean. There were times through the years when I would be back under that carport and I would have binoculars sometimes, and sometimes I would just try to zoom in as much as I could with my camera. And there's been times when I wasn't sure, but I thought that I saw something in there, like actually blinking its eyes, like looking at it up close, but I wasn't sure. But when he said that, I was like, oh, wow. It's terrifying. And there's a lot when it comes to these creatures. A lot of people don't realize that some of the paranormal aspect when it comes to them too is that you can capture them on audio sometimes. Even when you don't see them, they can go completely invisible. And I know it sounds weird and y'all can dismiss that if you want, but I do know that they can go completely
Let's
invisible.
talk about that. Let's talk about that when we come back from break at the top of the hour. Your encounter with Dogman Bettina Moss, absolutely incredible. It sent goosebumps up and down my body. I can honestly admit that, and I need to know more. And we'll get into some of the supernatural aspects of this creature called Dogman. We'll also take your questions as well if you're in one of our chat rooms or on Twitter. Spaced Out Radio with our special guest Bettina Moss continues with hour number 2 right after this. Stay tuned. It's going to get a lot of fun. as we got her for 1 hour more. All right, we're clear. I'm going to step away for a quick second. We're going to make Dirty Fylth the big guy here. And Fylth, you can kind of go over your art, what you're doing, because we got a bunch of new listeners tuned on in tonight, my friend.
A whole bunch of new listeners. Okay, yeah. Usually Dave he goes and runs his dogs out, and I just sit here and kind of explain the drawing a little bit and ramble away. I'm not really very good at the radio, but nonetheless, this drawing, I don't know if you'll be able to see it very well. It's not done yet. I apologize. I'm new at all this stuff. Nonetheless, though, I was going to do something else earlier, and then Dave was complaining about the screen being open and bugs coming in. So I decided to draw Canadian mosquitoes and little tiny no-see-ums coming in and bugging Dave. And so it's also kind of like an inside joke, because I did a couple drawings of him of that a while ago, a couple years ago now. But anyways, so what I do is I pencil the drawing out first, usually during the day at some point, kind of get an idea, and then I sketch it onto a piece of paper or cardboard box or wherever, and then I take that idea, I slap it onto some watercolor paper, and then I lightly draw it. 4H pencil all the time. And then I go through, I color all the background and everything. And after all that's all done, I'll do the inking. It looks like a blob of nothing really right now, but eventually, I promise, it will look good. So yes, oops. A whole bunch of fancy pens that I got. They're all stuck in this little container thing. That's what I was looking for. Well, I hope everybody's having a good night. Oh, hey, Digger Dog. I don't think I said hi to you. And I apologize if I didn't say hi to anybody else. I probably missed a whole bunch of people. Because I get right into the zone and I'm drawing cartoons and it's just out the window and cats are starving. And, ooh, speaking of cats, I have to go wrangle them up after this. Oh boy. So we got Stump Tower, Tic Tac, then we do Sasquatch Foot. Just gotta have the Sasquatch Foot. And then Black Triangle, of course, because you gotta have a Black Triangle. And then the drawing on the table, picture, Butch Bukowski. See, he's awesome. He used to be in every single drawing at Dave's house from now on. Yeah, Sasquatch Foot. With the spaced out radio green. Tasty, tasty green. And then Black Triangle up next. I do all these posters and junk because I just assume, well, I kind of know Dave has a whole bunch of weird things in his studio. Trinkets from weirdos and junk. Nasty letters from fans. It's actually me. I wrote the nasty letters to Dave because he says foyer incorrectly. Look at that Black Triangle. And let that dry out and put that spaced out radio green on the letters. The hole in the screen. Yeah, I was really going to draw another drawing. I put that one in the old drawing bank. But Dave was crying about the bugs coming into his house, and better watch out for those shark flies. Ooh, shark fly, that's a good idea. Go that one down. If they can have a Sharknado, they can have a shark fly. Excellent. Oh, Bob Birkins. Double B. Check it out, Bob.
Looking good, Dirty. Looking good.
You know what, Dave? I'm going to invent the shark fly. It's a fly and a shark combined in one.
Nice.
And they live
Nice.
in the interior of British Columbia.
Very nice. Bring them on over. Chris Martinez, welcome to SOR Chat. And who else? Lauren Hurd, welcome to SOR Chat. And we got about a minute here. And let's see who else has joined us. I got your question, Noob Smurf, on Twitch. Thank you. I think we're caught up here. All right, a big thank you to Smithy, Phil, Steven, Lala times 2, Doug, Waylon, Catfish, Bob, YJ, and Trisha for the super chats. Here we go with hour number 2.
At Spaced Out Radio and on Facebook, Spaced Out Radio Show.
Hour number 2 of Spaced Out Radio is now underway. Thank you so much for tuning us on in. We really do appreciate earning your listening ears wherever you are on this beautiful planet we call Earth. Hello to everyone listening in on our terrestrial affiliates around North America and digitally on Odyssey Radio, TalkStream Live, and KPNL. All of our archives are free. Join us at youtube.com/Spaced Out Radio. Do old Davey the favor. Hit that subscribe button. The Desert Clam has set the password for tonight in the SOR Space Travelers Club. Zoransis. Zoransis is your password. Use it wisely, Space Travelers, as the Clam sets the password each and every night right here on Spaced Out Radio. Our website is spacedoutradio.com. We have a plethora of features for you. Rock out to Bumblefoot, read Shirky Poo's Newswire. Check out our swag as well. Follow us on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio, Instagram at Spaced Out Radio Show, and on TikTok at Spaced Out Radio. We continue on tonight with podcaster, researcher of Dogman. We have Bettina Moss with us tonight, and her incredible encounter that she mentioned right before the break. If you miss it, you're definitely going to want to hear the archives for that on YouTube or any of our podcast networks. Bettina, thank you so much for joining us tonight. We really do appreciate it.
Thanks for having me. I'm really glad to be here. I just think we need to get the word out about these cryptids, because I think really the big thing when it comes to actually getting the word out, it's going to be left up to us to do so, because right now the powers that be are not going to let it be known. So I think we are the voice for the people, and I think it's very important. The more we talk about it, the more we share, the more we exchange information, and get outside of our egos and competition and stuff like that. There's a lot to be learned. There's a lot of knowledge to gather about these things. So I think it's real important.
Well, this is what nightmares are made of, this creature, in my opinion. And I know our audience has some questions for you, so I'm going to fire some away here. We're going to start off with Trisha here, who is asking, Bettina, do you believe that you were near a portal or near their home, or a portal was near your home, possibly when you had this encounter?
No. I don't know. I know that if I had to say that night, I won't say that was something coming out of a portal, because it was already the full form of it out in the open. I feel like that they probably do come in and out of our dimension and do have portals and stuff like that, or just have the ability to disappear. But I don't think in that instance, on that particular encounter, that one, I don't think that that was coming out of a portal. To be honest with you, I think what happened was it had probably just come down out of that tree right before I pulled up and was getting ready to head back into the woods. So I think that's what was happening with that. That particular tree that it came out of, the way it's made, it comes all the way down to the ground, the bushes, the leaves, you know what I'm saying? Like it's almost made like an umbrella at the bottom. Like if any wild animal was going to take shelter from the rain, the wind, anything else, it can be completely hidden under that tree, to the point where when Kumbo was here, I actually was able to look under the tree. It's actually large enough under that tree for probably about 20, I'm gonna say about 20 human adults to fit under that comfortably and not be seen. Probably about 8 or 9, maybe 10 dogmen could fit under it. It's that big underneath this tree, and it's like an umbrella that it's hidden. You can't see anything in there from the outside unless it's the fall where all the leaves and stuff are falling off. But I have seen ones before that I could probably say, well, yeah, that might have been coming out of a portal, because I've seen them. I've seen one time manifest, go from nothing at all and start to appear on camera, like little by little, like as I'm watching it on video, and I'm like, oh my God, I can't believe I'm seeing this right now. Like it's coming into focus. It was interesting. And then you have the times where you can only see half the body and you can't see the rest of it. To me, so it's hard to say. That's an open theory. I mean, I'm open to that. I mean, it's just these things, when you look at it, I mentioned before, I feel like that ancient stuff from Anubis, all the other times, even the Bible brings up, what was it, the satyr in the book of Isaiah. Well, we call that goat man today.
Right.
I feel like Rip. Now,
your
today,
signal
I
is
think
freezing.
that there's some government facilities that actually do gene splicing with them.
Right. Bettina, unfortunately, your signal is cutting out on us every now and again, and we just lost Bettina here. We will get her back here momentarily. A little bit of a weak signal there, so hopefully we will get her back. Could you imagine having that encounter that she has had? I mean, within 75, 80 feet. I don't know what I would do in that case. I really don't. And how she was able to hold her composure. Could you hold your composure on that? That was very, very strange. Very, very strange as we wait for Bettina to rejoin us here. She lost her signal, and she should be joining us back here momentarily. But Dogman is the topic tonight on Spaced Out Radio, and I'll tell you, this creature scares me. It really does. It really scares me. There's Bettina as we got her back now. Thank you, Bettina, for quickly jumping in. We were losing you there for a few seconds when you were in description of this question. But let's move on to Damien's question here. He believes the dogman you saw was almost like a hyena type. Did it have any scarring on its face that you could see?
I don't know. I know that's Damien. Damien, I've never seen the hyena type. I know Ryan Tremblay has seen the hyena type, and I've heard of a few other eyewitnesses that have. The ones I saw, I've seen the one I caught, the first one in the first sighting, and that was more a German Shepherd, not German Shepherd, Rottweiler pit bull type with a broad head. Another one I've seen was the Anubis German Shepherd, a black wolf type, and I've seen one that looks, I don't know, wolf or husky, dark gray fur around the head, and then the snout was a light gray or white. So I've never seen the hyena type, but I do know what you're talking about.
All right, let's move on to Dennis here, who is asking, do you believe dogmen appear to specific people And if so, why? Because I am stupidly curious if I could ever get the chance to see one.
I sometimes wonder, that's a good question, Dennis. I do feel like the Dogman sometimes choose who, Sasquatch too, Bigfoot. I do feel like that they sometimes choose who to show themselves to, especially for the ones of us who've had multiple sightings and encounters. Some of them appear to certain people so much so that it's almost like if you know where their area is on a regular basis, they will come up to where you are to watch you, and you will see them. They feel that comfortable with you. So yeah, I think that they do choose. I think that they choose who to come to for whatever reason, whether they want something. I have no idea. I can't make sense of it, but I do know that the ones I seen after that first encounter, I know that the black German Shepherd type, that particular one came and watched from the same vantage point more than one occasion when I was outside smoking. It would just watch. If I was out there for 30, 45 minutes, it would stand perfectly still that whole entire time and watch. So yeah, I just feel like that they do choose who they're comfortable with. I've even heard people bring up a theory that some of them can tell our intention. They can tell how your heart or your what do you call it, your aura, and they know. So I don't know, but I can say that for the people who have regular sightings, encounters, and who actually some people gift them and habituate them, yes, I do think for some people like that, yeah, they do show themselves to those people.
All right, let's continue on with some audience questions here
Mm-hmm.
on Spaced Out Radio. And our guest tonight, Bettina Moss, who is an
Yes.
eyewitness. And let's go to Noob Smurf here. Years ago, I read or saw the military had some light bending material that made them invisible. Most researchers say hair is hollow and allows entities to blend into their surroundings. Is it possible the military or alphabet agencies researched the entity's hair to utilize for their own purposes?
Um, so I've heard that theory before from some people in the military, but I've also heard that from some researchers as well who have sent DNA or hair samples off to labs to get it, I guess, basically looked over or examined to try to find out like what particular hair did this come from for the ones that thought it was Bigfoot or Dogman. Came back with what did they call it? Like a, they said it was, had like a different quality to it, like a translucent nature to it. I've even heard people say things about the sun and stuff like that, where it hits it at certain. So there's something to that too. I have heard that. I don't know too much about it. As far as the hair, I've never actually gone back there to try to like find hair samples. I do have a picture of a really good picture of a footprint that's pretty big that doesn't look like anything that's natural. It would be, I guess, what you would think probably would go to Dogman. And it had the claw marks on the ground and the pad, and you could see, like, I guess the part where maybe it was squatting down and resting it on its haunches, where you could see the back part of the foot, but also kind of elongated. I do have a picture of that. But I've never, I don't know too much about the hair. I have heard that theory, though.
All right, let's continue on with some audience questions here on Spaced Out Radio for Bettina Moss. A Muse is asking, have you heard of any human fatalities caused by the Dogman?
Yes. Now it's controversial, or it's up to debate, I guess, because there's some people who believe that the killings of what was it, Amber Miller and Tony Arns in Cott County, Tennessee last year. Um, those killings, I have autopsy reports on those. Jeff Nadoni covered that story extensively on his channel for months, even into this situation to try to find out. Those two people were both killed on the same road. I think the road is called Jimtown Road. It's in Cott County, Tennessee. Tony Arns was found outside of his, I think it was outside of this neighbor's home, and his neighbor had seen him 3 hours prior out at his mailbox. 3 hours later, the guy finds him partially eaten, like half of his body is gone. They found canine footprints around the body, And of course, this was blamed on wild dogs, which is often blamed on wild dogs. Then on that same road, that and this was in April last year when he died on that road. July that same year, a couple months later, Amber Miller was also killed, and she was found with both of her arms ripped out of the socket at the shoulder level. 42% of her flesh was missing. They said at the hospital there were so many wounds and lacerations found on her body that they lost count. There's a 15-inch bite mark, according to the autopsy report, 15-inch bite mark that went wrapped around from the front of her upper hip, like from starting in the front, wrapping around to the back of her stomach and upper back and buttocks area. And it basically, there's no dog with a bite. I don't know what I'm trying to say. There's no dog with a mouth that wide, that long to cover that much span of flesh. She was missing 42% of her flesh. And then all the other things that came with that case, it's just too strange. There was a lot of cover up in it. Then it's still an open case to this day, and that doesn't make sense. Why is it still open? There's an open case, they don't have to release the results of their reports to the public, and they can speak about it. The people, I think, the court basically put the jurors in that case, the doctors that worked those cases, paramedics, everybody was put on a gag order and not allowed to talk about it. So there's that situation, and then you have, what was it? The Corey Gotze, the young 13-year-old boy that was killed in 2020, taken from his backyard and taken up a mountain range. I think it was at a straight up incline. I can't remember if it was 400 feet or 1,200 feet, but they tried to blame it on, they just said some unknown animal or some wild dog or wolf, whatever the answer was to that. The parents and other people who came forward that talked about this situation after the fact, and some law enforcement who actually came out and told a different story about it, actually said that there was no way that a mountain lion or any other animal could take a young boy, 13 years old, 100 pounds of dead weight, straight up a 400 foot cliff, dead weight. So that's one case right there. So in a lot of these cases, there's a lot of it. If you get out there on the internet and you look this stuff up, you will find that there's a lot of situations. And if y'all remember the most popular case when it comes to this, the LBL killings. You know about that, don't you, Dave?
Yes.
Yeah, the
Explain
LBL.
it. Explain it for our audience who may not know.
So LBL, that's the land between the lakes, and that land encompasses Tennessee and Kentucky, and basically a family of four. I think they were Amish. They were out camping in a national park, and they were in their RV. From what I've heard different stories. The father and son had been out chopping wood, and so I don't know all the details. There's several different variations of this story, but long story short, that family of four was killed at LBL. The father was killed first, and I think they said that the son ended up trying to run and get into the RV, and I guess the dog man caught up to him before he had a chance to actually get in there. The mother, the dog man was able to still get into that RV. They said that the mother put up quite a fight because she had pretty much fought it to the point where she she had fought it to the point where her fingernails were missing. She had fought it all the way down to the bones of her fingers. They said that the inside of the RV was like so bloody. It just, the police that were there at the scene. These are people who interviewed some of the people who were there back then or knew somebody that was there back then, and getting this information, finding out that it was so gruesome they'd never seen anything like it. Now they knew about the mother and the father and the son. They didn't know that there was a daughter that was also there until they ended up going inside. And when I say they, I'm talking about the law enforcement who ended up showing up. Because they were called by some other campers that actually drove past that campsite at that time and saw the father and son's bodies laying outside of the RV. Now, the law enforcement that got there didn't know there was a little girl until they went through the RV and they found little girl's clothing, at which point they went further back into the back compartment RV and they didn't find her there. they come out and they're just basically scouting the woods around that area to go and look and see if they can, figure out where this missing girl is. And they said that the police officers or law enforcement, whatever branch it was, they were standing out there under this tree talking, and then at one point, blood started dripping down from the trees on top of this state trooper's hat and onto his face, and they looked up, and the little girl's body was draped over a branch 30 feet up in the tree. Now, the story goes that some people say that a dog man was apprehended and killed, and some people say nothing was ever found. I don't know the story on it. There's more than one side of it. People have reached out and talked to, after that incident happened, they say that police officers that investigated that case, they were dismissed by whoever the secret agency is that showed up at that time and made them pretty much leave and told them don't say anything. They go to this mom and pop diner, and they looked pale as a ghost. They were like pasty pale white and like just looking like the people who owned that restaurant or that diner had never seen them before. And they asked them what was wrong, and they basically went into it with them what ended up happening that day. So the LBL, that is called the Land Between the Lakes. Y'all can look up any encounter, any YouTube group on that, and that one is, to me, the most terrifying case of Dogman killing somebody. It's scary. It's very scary, and that's the reason why I refuse to go camping.
All right, let's get into Bigfoot Michigan Rob here, who is sporting a blue headband today, a blue bandana. And he says, what is your take on these creatures being genetically engineered in deep underground military bases, such as super soldiers?
I think it's a great possibility, and I say that because you have to look at the fact that they've been creating clones for years. So it's not a far stretch. They've got different DNA. They're genetically modifying your food, your plants, and everything else under the sun. They're doing everything, chemtrail spraying. So when it comes to that, I believe it's a great possibility. I believe it's a great possibility that they are. I'm not trying to say. I'm lost.
That's okay.
We can move
on to the next one. That's okay. We can move on to the next one. Eddie is asking, has anyone been able to pick up on any dogman habits, perhaps what they like or don't like? We got about 2 minutes.
Has anyone been able to pick up any dogman habits, perhaps what they like or don't like? But I'm not. What does that mean? I'm not sure that question.
Well, just in regards to, is it mainly seen daytime or nighttime? Does it play with toys? What does it eat? Have we found any scat that goes along with it? What's its habitat like? Is it near water or streams or anything along those lines?
Yeah, basically, I haven't. All I know is like as far as their habits and stuff like that are concerned, I haven't seen anything. I've heard people say that they don't like. I don't know. I really can't answer that. I haven't been.
Do they run in packs?
I have heard that they run in packs. I've heard that they run in packs, and to the point where you have rogue ones as well. There's a lot of stuff when it comes to this, but the ones I've seen, for the most part, they were always alone. I do feel like there's some that are still within their families that they send scouts out to go and hunt and go and look over land and stuff like that and build that. Some of the deeper aspects of their mannerisms and behaviors, I'm not completely sure of. Just my own side encounters. I just wanted to say something real quick because I'm looking at my laptop and comments are coming up, and electromagnetic frequency was basically saying that my story is rubbish. I'm a disgrace to the community. I don't know who you are, and I'm not attacking you or anything like that. But people like you, whoever you are, when you do stuff like this, is very disrespectful, and it's also not right because people like this are the reason why a lot of people don't want to come out and share their encounters or sightings.
Right. And on that note, We're going to take a turn here on Spaced Out Radio where we have experiencer, researcher, podcaster Bettina Moss on Spaced Out Radio. We will return right after this. Stay tuned. EMF, I've removed your comments because one of the rules we have in our chat room is we never, ever try and put down a guest like that. That is anti what we do here. Everybody has a right to be heard. Everybody has a right to their experience. You were not there. Bettina's critics were not there. You were not there for my experiences or anybody else's experiences. So I don't mind criticism, but there will be no personal attacks in our chat room like that ever. We don't put up with it. I love you, man, but I have very strict rules about that. So that's where I stand. I make the Daveocracy. It is not a freedom of speech room. Doesn't exist here. It's Daveocracy. That's fine. You don't have to believe her. People don't believe me, but we don't attack her personally or any guest personally. And I am staunch on that, brother. So you get to choose. Nicholas Shaughnessy, how are you? Sorry about that, Bettina.
That's okay. I'm used to this kind of stuff. Yeah, I mean, it's disappointing. I don't know who electromagnetic frequency is or anything like that. I've had a group for 2 years. It doesn't offend me anymore at this point when people do stuff like that because I know what I saw. I have no reason to lie about it. I'm not getting paid for my story. I'm not sending it out there. There's no reason to lie about that. But you do make it hard for other people when they want to come out and share their experiences, when you want to call things a hoax or you want to try to discredit someone and tell them that their experience wasn't real. There's been times when I've been out in the backyard on the other side of the chain link fence, and there's a couple of them watching at that time. It's so unbelievable for people, and it's so unbelievable for people to believe that some others have regular experiences with cryptids like this because not everybody sees them. But you also learn from, in my experience, the more you take pictures and videos of them, the more you see them, you know what to look for. So yeah, I wouldn't lie about any encounter or sighting. I don't think it's something to lie about. I wouldn't waste my time spending hours interviewing eyewitnesses or anything else, and I would never lie about seeing something like that if I had not, because what would be the purpose? Like I said, I'm not getting paid for this. We spend hours of time trying to do this. So it's bothersome to a level, and it's not about drama or anything like that. It's just hurtful when people do this because
Absolutely.
There are people there's people who are not strong enough to deal with this kind of stuff, and it makes people shut down. And so when you have people like that, that's a lot of times where you have people who will leave groups because of it, or they will completely shut down altogether. And
absolutely. And you know what, my friend, to defend you here a little bit, I have had people question me. I don't make a lot of money off of this. And realistically, I don't have to do this in order to get that message out. I do it because I have a business that I enjoy doing, and that I have fans who are open-minded enough to understand that just because we're talking about something doesn't mean it's BS. And, I've had a lot of guests questioned over the years. The late Butch Witkowski, I would have people coming in here trolling him, and we just, get rid of the trolls. We don't block people here, but we do get rid of insulting type comments. And very rarely do I block someone. But I mean, the big fact is, when it comes everything about this, 95% of all of this is anecdotal evidence. And you have a story, I have a story, 90% of the people have a story without video, without photographs, and all we're trying to do is share the information in order to see if it matches up and correlates with other people who've had encounters. And That's what it's all about for me. I don't give a shit about the politics. I don't give a shit about people, whether they believe me or not. I have, like you, I have zero reason to lie about my experiences. I'm not here for
Absolutely.
popularity. Yeah, am I here for a business? Yes, I am. But I'm not
Mm-hmm.
here for popularity. I'm not here to, oh, please, please believe me. You know, that's, you can tell the bullshit when it's put right in front of you. And I think you're very candid and very honest. And I think you're a great storyteller, and that's the way it needs to be. So let's make it happen. We got the final half hour coming up right now. We're going to have some fun before we say goodnight to Bettina at the top of the hour. So here we go. We passed the halfway point of Spaced Out Radio tonight. My name is Dave Scott. Thank you so much for taking the time to join us. We very much appreciate it. I want to remind you that if you missed portions of this show or others, check out our free archives at youtube.com/Spaced Out Radio. Do old Davey the favor, hit that subscribe button. Our website is spacedoutradio.com. We have a plethora of features for you, including rocking out to Bumblefoot, reading Shirky Poo's Newswire. Check out our swag as well. Follow us on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio, Instagram, Spaced Out Radio Show, and on TikTok at Spaced Out Radio. And for the final time tonight, we say hello to our guest, Bettina Moss. She is a podcaster, researcher, experiencer of the legendary creature we call Dogman. And we got some questions for you from our audience, Bettina. We're going to continue on here. And we're going to go right to Mennonite Abe, who is asking, when a dogman visits our world, what is it looking for? Is it hunting?
I can't say. Everything Dogman and Bigfoot is for debate. We don't know anything about them. As far as hunting, I do know that when they are seen, there have been people who've actually seen them hunting deer, stealing livestock, taking pigs and cattle and stuff like that. But I don't know. You say when it visits our world, that's assuming that it's from outside of our world. To me, I feel like that they possibly, I do know that I've found nests before. I have pictures and videos of a huge nest that I found. And then there's other structures as well. So I do feel like that they have some type of place in both dimensions. That's the best way I can explain that. Yeah, I do. They do hunt. They do hunt. But as far as like if they're coming from from outside of our world, I just think that they're interdimensional. I think there's another dimension that resides kind of maybe alongside of ours, but we're just not in tune to. They're of a higher frequency.
All right, let's get to Noble Patrick here. Has Kombu ever told you about the bow hunter at the LBL?
I don't think I heard about the bow hunter, but not from him. Not from, yeah. I've heard about that story. I don't remember the details on it now, but I think he was missing for days, and I think that they said something about his campsite was tore up. I can't remember the details on that, and I'm actually gonna have to go. I wondered, did that ever come up on Missing Bow Hunters? Missing 411 also covered a lot of that. I'm not sure if it was that particular case, but yeah.
There was a case in North Carolina of a lady who was torn apart, an elderly lady. I believe she was walking to church or something like that, and she
Yes.
was torn apart. And it happened months after that little boy in North Carolina went missing for 2 days, and the big teddy bear put him inside a briar patch in an area where it had already been searched. And yet 2 days later, there he was, you know, all warm and fuzzy and safe.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
You know, so do you
Yeah.
believe that story about the lady in North Carolina who ended up getting torn apart? Do you think that was a dogman encounter or a wild dog encounter?
I can't. In that case, was it not? Was it not kind of somewhat covered up too? Was it not a situation where with her, where none of the dogs were taken in and put down because they didn't have any flesh in their stomach? Do you remember that
Yeah,
case?
something
Do you
along
remember the
those
details?
lines. Something along
So I
those
don't.
lines. They tested some dogs and they couldn't find any trace of her or human flesh on their teeth.
And that's the problem, because in a lot of these cases so far, they have not been able to say, "Yeah, we found flesh in the body of these animals that you say that you think is responsible for it." And it remains a lot of the time an open case because that means that they're still investigating it. They just don't want to tell it. I can't say for sure. Nobody can say for sure, but the things that seem strange, the cover-ups behind it, the details that they're not wanting to give out, that is the little things that make you question it.
Absolutely. Let's go to another question here from Northern California Cubs fan. Any reports of dogmen running with Sasquatch?
Yeah, I've heard of times when dogmen have been with Sasquatch. I've heard a few researchers say that they've seen it, and a few people who have them on their property that say that they're Sasquatch and Bigfoot on their clan that's on their property actually get along. But then there's other stories where they fight. And I don't know if that's from one pack to the next, or if those Dogman and Bigfoot were on that same property and grew up together, or they came up together, they knew each other, or whatever. I think that it's based on that. So it's a lot of interesting stuff when it comes to Dogman. There's a lot of stories of coyotes running with Dogman. So it's interesting, but I'm not sure. There's kind of two sides to that.
Do you think they are territorial?
Yes, from what I've heard, they are territorial. And I do think that a lot of the times when there's on people's homes, when they're having them come up on their roof, or they're tapping on the windows at night, or scratching their vehicles, or trying to come in the house, different things like that. I think a lot of the times it's because you're going into their territory, or they've marked their territory, or they don't want you trespassing beyond a certain point. It's been questions at times. X's were all created by Bigfoot, or were those Dogman related? So bluff charging, even. So when it comes to bluff charging, some people say that they believe that that's their way of telling you don't come any further. Maybe they have pups back there. But I think that a lot of the times the reason that they don't kill people, they're bluff charging, is because they're trying to get you to leave. A lot of these times, if y'all think about it, we should be hearing more and more cases of people being killed, but I don't think that that's always their intention to kill people. I think they're trying to get you to leave.
Asteroid would like to know, do you believe dogmen are alien entities?
No, I don't. I have heard stories, though, of them, Dogman and Bigfoot, being seen, or sightings of UFOs or lights in the sky or lights in the woods in the areas where Dogman sightings and Bigfoot have, or at the same time. I have heard that, but I don't think the entities.
Now, since you've been researching, you have had other encounters with this creature. And for our YouTube and Twitch audience, you've actually provided some photos to me. For our radio audience, you'll have to accept the description of this. But let's look at some of these photos that you have presented here tonight. And I am very, very thrilled with some of these, especially this one here that we're going to start off with, Bettina. I mean, where did this happen?
Okay, so you're looking at right now. This is a close up. Are these the ones I just sent you on Messenger a few minutes ago?
Yes.
Okay, so now you're looking at a close up of this Dogman. Can you go to? I think the very last one I sent you was like a back shot
Was
where
it
you could
this?
see.
This one?
No, that yes. So now I know that's not zoomed in, but I'm wanting people to see like from a distance. Now you're looking at that same, go back to the one you're just on real quick. I want to just point something out to them real fast, and I'll have you put that cursor on it. The black area, like, yes, that. Now you can go to the next one, but I'm just showing like I'm standing on the front side of that fence. At it, I saw it when I was in the backyard behind that fence to begin with, and I came out of the fence because I saw it standing there. Now this is, and I will tell y'all right now, it's not the bark of the tree, it's not the tree trunk or anything. The tree trunk, this is in the forefront where those leaves are of the bushes. I do have pictures. I'm trying to get in something real quick, but I do have pictures of the tree trunk. It's like a light brown, light grayish color. This is not it. That what you're looking at right now is the one that I talked to y'all about earlier on the show when I said the Anubis German Shepherd Dogman. Dave, like what you're looking at there, if you go into the middle of that circle, what you're looking at is, if you look at it, that's the snout, the long-headed snout. That's for the right eye. I guess it's his left eye, but then the other eye's over to the other way. You couldn't see it so much because the sun is shining on it, and you can see both ears sticking up on top of its head. So this is the one I call the German Shepherd or Anubis type. When you get to the outline of that picture, you will see that I've outlined it because some people had a hard time. They didn't understand, and it's people expect a Hollywood version when it comes to pictures. I do have several more pictures, but this is what you're looking at now. I dotted the eyes and I put an outline to show what you're looking at. You can't see the rest of the body. The rest of the body is obscured way below. So that was hiding. I'm going to send him more pictures and maybe he'll share them on another show. But I do have more pictures as far as showing you before and after why that's not a tree, and showing also where the trunk is in relation to that. So this is the German Shepherd Anubis Dogman.
That is just crazy. You know, a lot of people say it looks like a stump. It looks like tree or some part of that. I mean, you're the one who's there. Set up the detail regarding these photos that were taken, because I think for a lot of people, they'll look at this and they'll be like, that's nothing, you know, but you're the person who's there. What was the lead up to this? Did you hear it moving? Did you smell it?
No, this was one of those times, and I swear, like, this is one of those times when I was outside, and this is the daytime. I'm outside smoking a cigarette, standing underneath that lattice carport, looking back into the woods and trees. Like I said, I started recording behind their house after that first encounter because I wanted to see. I felt like at that point, once you see one, there's more back there. It's not just that one, there's more. And for all the times of encounters that people have talked about seeing, I guess them sneaking up on them, you never knew that they were there. They blend in so well that you don't know. So I figured there a lot of times if you're out there outside like that, they're watching. So I actually saw that one with my own eyes before I took a picture of it. Now, I'm not sure, but I think I sent you another shot of this. This is a collage. Now that's just showing side by side, and maybe I didn't send you the one where you're looking at it where the snout is broad and you're looking at it straight on right now. And I don't know if I sent you the one where it's another collage where its head is tilted, where it's changed position. So I'll send those later on another day, maybe if you want to share them or whatever. But there's a lot when it comes to them. For me, after a certain period of years, I just kind of got to the point where I stopped sharing my pictures so much in the group. Every now and then when people ask to see them, if they private message me, then I don't mind sharing them, but I just really don't have time for the ridicule, and I get tired of trying to defend pictures when I know for a fact what's there. I know that for me, that not just for me, I know for a fact that that's not a stump. I've been back there. That picture, I have pictures of it before and after. I have pictures of the fall where no leaves are on it. That's standing in the forefront. I'll share those with Dave, and he'll be able to see everything on it. I also went live on location back in March this year to prove a point about these pictures as well as others. That's just one. Those pictures that he just shared, those are only of the Black German Shepherd Dogman. Those are not the other ones. The Holy Grail Dogman picture I've not shared with him, or the one that I think was the one I saw that night during my first encounter. I have another daytime photo of that one. standing on that trail further back away from me, watching as I smoked in the car. When I picked my phone up to take a picture of it, it bowed its head down like that because I guess it didn't want me to capture its face. This is broad daylight. That thing was probably about 8.5, 9 feet tall. So, I just feel like sometimes when it comes down to it, it's interesting. Some of the things that get you to a point where you're trying to share this stuff with people, there's times when there's people who don't understand it. I'll bring that up because you're not going to see a Hollywood version. Maybe you will in person. I've heard a lot of people say Van Helsing, but when it comes to pictures, you're not going to get that. I don't know why. And I do feel like there are pictures out there that are excellent, but those get covered up quickly and they get taken away from people.
Well, I think that's a great explanation. I really do. As we continue on with Bettina Moss here on Spaced Out Radio tonight. Bettina, for all likelihood, this creature has been seen between 6 feet and 10 feet tall, very muscular, very, very aggressive at times. There are people who have shot at this creature, believe they have hit this creature, and yet it doesn't go down. It never seems to die. What do you think this is all about? Are these just stories being made up, or do you think that this creature just can't be killed?
I think I think that they can be killed. I know that there's been times when they have been killed. I think that from what I've heard, some people say is that their bone structure or their flesh, it's like so dense that it takes a lot of gunpowder in order to take them down. Some people shot them at point blank range and that still didn't do anything. It depends on the caliber of weapon that's being used, I think. And if you get a good shot, and I think it also depends on where on the body that you hit them. You want, I've heard people say that it's got to be in certain areas of the head or other areas like, I don't know if they said the groin area or it's different places where you have to hit them. So yeah, they can be killed. I just think that you have to hit them in certain spots. I've heard people say that they've shot them before and they dematerialize, but there have been cases where they've been killed and then somebody came in and confiscated the body. And there's also encounters where people have personally killed them and didn't contact anyone about it, and ended up burying them on their property.
Those ones I have a tough time believing. Burying them on their property because, I mean, the entire scientific community is not government controlled or under any type of laws or auspices that if something strange comes up that they got to turn it over to the government. I don't buy that for a second. But I mean, I do believe that there are markers that and groups that are interested in potentially creating super soldiers or creating new fighting machines that are biological through these type of creatures. And if they're alien, well, that just makes them stronger to take down. But I mean, the idea that, even with Sasquatch, we've seen a lot of people over the years claim they've buried a Sasquatch, and it's always been a money-making scam for most of them that we have come across. But you do believe that there is someone out there who has a body.
Yes, I do. I feel that there are military bases or government officials. I feel like there's facilities where there are bodies. There's several different cases. Even if you just look at, and I know the giant of Kandahar is like something completely different. It's not a cryptid, but even that, these guys, L.A. Marzulli covered that case, and I think this might have been around 2002. But they came in with this helicopter with some kind of device or whatever that it could pretty much transport. I think actually it took about 2 or 3 helicopters to transport that giant's body away. But then you get these cases where these secret agents just show up on the scene when a dogman or Bigfoot has been killed or when a person's been harmed or killed. They show up, nobody knows who they are, and they completely take away the authority from the local and the local cops. They have more authority over them. They can't even do anything about it, and they tell them that they're taking over the case, and they take the body away. So when it comes to that, it's kind of one of those things where I think that they are taken into some facility. And is this a place where they are cloning them? Is this a place where they're doing genetic splicing? Some people think that the Gugway is a mixture of Bigfoot and Dogman. Is that being put together like by the government? You never know. And if you look at the Montauk Project, wasn't that a place where they were doing that? I think that was out of New York.
Yeah, and Montauk on Long Island, New York, for sure.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, that's my thoughts on that.
Absolutely. What attracts these creatures? Are they naturally curious, or do they have just an understanding of being at the wrong place at the wrong time when they are spotted?
I think that it's wrong place at the wrong time. I think that there's several different things that attracts them though. I think, to me, what I feel like, for me, on my own personal experience and some others, I feel like they are attracted by when you're outside grilling or cooking, or when you're outside smoking. You can be doing random things like playing with your dog. On the occasion that I showed the pictures to you a few minutes ago, that particular day, I was in the backyard playing with her that day until I saw that, and I got out of the backyard. I think that there's times when we catch them by accident. You just ended up walking up on one. Maybe you were downwind of it and didn't smell you, didn't hear you coming along. So I think that there's different reasons for why we see them more now too. So yeah, some of it's by accident, but some of it I think that they seek people out, and they
Do
follow
you
people
think,
home too. What I've heard.
all right, do you think that some way, somehow you have built a bond with these creatures where they're now following you?
That was on the property that my parents used to live on, so I would only see those when I would go over there to their house to visit. Um, Prior to that, I never had seen them during my childhood, or if I did, never really paid attention to it. I was just more cognizant of them. I don't feel like that I formed a bond with them. I just feel like that because we grew up in that house and I lived there until I was 21 or 22, I feel like that it had all, depending on if they grew up, if they had land for 20 years, then they saw me grow up there. And if not, then they've been there long enough to know who I was and that I wasn't a threat. At any point, I feel that they could have come over that fence. There's a chain link fence, the backside of the fence, and then you're in the field, and then there's a beginning of the wood line. There's nothing that should have kept them back from jumping into that fence or getting up there to me under that carport. But they never did. They just watched. So I just feel like that those ones were ones that were native to that land, and that's it. But yeah, that's my thoughts on it.
Well, it's going to be interesting as we have about a minute and a half left to see where you go with this. Do me a favor, tell everybody where they can find your YouTube channel and your information so they can follow your work.
All right, everybody, my YouTube channel is Crypto Normal Encounters with B Moss. Crypto Normal, that's one word. CRYPTO Normal, one word. Crypto Normal Encounters with B Moss. And then I have my Facebook group of the same name. So if y'all want to go check it out. I've had shows over there, interviews. I've got more interviews coming up. I've been busy lately trying to get a lot of people in. World Bigfoot Radio, I see you out there. Reach out to me on Facebook or send me. I don't know how. If you do, you know how to get in touch with him. I've been wanting to get in touch with him. I just didn't know how.
With who?
World Bigfoot Radio.
Oh, Super Duke, yeah. He's here
Yeah.
every night. That's easy.
Yeah, I want to talk to him as soon as I get an opportunity to do. But yeah, that's where y'all find me. Crypto Normal Encounters with B Moss, the group, and I hope y'all enjoyed it tonight. I want to just basically get my story out there. Everybody has a story. Some stories are more believable than others, and some information that's shared is more believable than others. But you grow thick skin in this field when it comes to it, because there will be a lot of ridicule, naysayers, and people that call BS on stories. So you just get used to it, and that's where I am with this now.
I think you did wonderful, and I know our audience is a big fan of yours. And
that
I
makes
was
me feel good.
they've been asking for months to get you on the show. I'm glad we did. I think you're phenomenal,
Oh,
and
thank you.
I'm a fan of your show. I come in and listen to your show,
Yes, you
and
do.
will continue to do so. Much love, Bettina Moss, researcher,
Yes.
podcaster, experiencer of Dogman. Coming up next, we're going to head to the swamp. The Swamp Dweller is going to join us. Then Tim Senor brings in the UFO Report. Spaced Out Radio's hour number 3 continues right after this. Great job. Give me a few claps.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you for having me on. That guy got me. We're not live now.
Audience can still hear us, but I understand with what you're going to say. Don't worry about it.
Yeah.
We took care of that. This is
Yeah.
a Daveocracy. A Daveocracy.
Yes. Well, I really appreciate you having me on the show, and I really enjoyed it tonight. I would like to, just thank everybody who came and or were in the chat watching and checking out the show. I really appreciate that, guys. And thank you for requesting me to come on this show. I really appreciate it. Become friends with Dave Scott, so I live to know because he does amazing shows. So I'm really happy and honored to be here tonight.
We love you, and this is the first, but it's not going to be the last. And we'll talk to you very soon. Okay.
Absolutely.
All right.
Thank
Take care.
you so much, y'all. Have a good night.
Much
right,
love. Bye-bye. Love her. Love her. Love her. I'll be right back. Dirty Fylth, it's all yours, buddy.
Sorry, it was in the zone there, Dave. Just flew back to Earth right now. Holy. Nonetheless, we got 2 no-see-ums and 1 mosquito busting in through Dave's hole in the screen. Good on you, Dave. Just got that window fixed. All right. Wow, that was actually a pretty good show. I'm all frazzled now. That's breath. Okay, here we go. We're good. I have to fill in the writing here now. Hello, Dave. So yeah, the joke is the no-see-ums bug Dave, and there's some previous cartoons about them. So that's it. Technically, there's not a single alien or cryptid in this entire picture. So by all rights, it's just a random drawing. It's too late to add anything in case anyone's asking. Although I might be able to sneak something in there secretly. It's dirty filthocracy. Oh man, I don't know if people would like it if I was running the show. We'd have a popcorn machine and hot dog machine for sure, and all types of sprinkles for the popcorn too. You can't just have a plain old buttery popcorn. You can have that, but we're gonna have like dill pickle shakers, and it's like at my work where I work right now. It's funny. And a cotton candy machine. And you get to bring your dog into work too. Everybody gets to bring your dog into Spaced Out Radio from now on. Dave's gonna show up. There's like 800 dogs in the room. You can bring your cat too. I just scratched my eyeball. And the mosquito is definitely thirsty. Oddly enough, I haven't seen a lot of mosquitoes this year. It's rained a lot where I live. Usually mosquitoes are out all over the place being jerks. Oh, there's Dave.
All right. Little Timmy Senor has hopped in here. And let's say hello to... Oh, there! Look at that. There's little Gentry Anderson hanging out in the chat room from the After Hours show. Super Ron, how you doing? Let Noob Smurf, I would send him to Peter Davenport at New Fork. Nuforc. Nuforc. And let's see, Evan Walters, good to have you here. Mr. Lurks a lot, how you doing, buddy? The gorgeous Paula W. Love V Love. Scott is my middle name. Gotta have some privacy. Body Tech, thank you for joining us. The gorgeous Dirt Road, appreciate you coming on in. And big thank you to Smithy, Phil, Steven, Lala ×2, Doug, Waylon, Catfish, Bob, YJ, and Trisha for the super chats tonight. It's a great way to support what we do. Hello, gorgeous Teresa. I am Bigfoot. Welcome. Here we go with hour number 3, everybody.
Would you like to connect with us? Head to spacedoutradio.com for all your latest show info. Now, back to Dave Scott and SOR.
Here we go with the third and final hour of Spaced Out Radio tonight. Good to have you with us. My name is Dave Scott. Very much appreciate earning your listening ears wherever you are on this beautiful planet we call Earth. Hello to everyone listening in on our terrestrial affiliates around North America, digitally on Odyssey Radio, TalkStream Live, and KPNL. All of our archives are free. Join us at youtube.com/Spaced Out Radio. Do old Davey the favor, hit that subscribe button. The Desert Clam has set the password for tonight in the SOR Space Travelers Club. Zeransis. Zeransis is your password. Use it wisely, Space Travelers, as the Clam sets the password each and every night right here on Spaced Out Radio. Our website is spacedoutradio.com. We have a plethora of features for you. Rock out to Bumblefoot, read Shirky Poo's Newswire. Check out our swag as well. Follow us on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio, Instagram at Spaced Out Radio Show, and on TikTok at Spaced Out Radio. We continue on tonight as we enter the swamp. Our resident swamp dweller joins us with another spooky story.
Hi, Spaced Out Radio listeners. This is Swamp Dweller. It's time for your nightly dose of spookiness on the show. If you have an interesting encounter or a spooky story that you would like to share, be sure to submit them in at swampdweller.net. You can also find our YouTube channel at youtube.com/swampdwellerreads. Now, let's chill out, relax, and together, let's enter the swamp. When I was a boy just 16 years old, we lived way back up in a hollow in a farmhouse about a mile back into the woods, up a steep gravel road. It was the only house in that hollow. One night, it was winter. My dad woke me up in the wee hours of the night, handed me a 12-gauge single shotgun, 3 double-aught buckshot shells, and a flashlight, and told me to go out and shoot whatever varmint was spooking the pigs. So I got up and quickly pulled on my clothes and boots and went out the back door. I made it as far as the back porch, then froze in my tracks when I saw what was after the pigs. I shined my light onto something right out of a werewolf movie. It was bent over the rails of the pig pen, grabbing at the pigs as they ran back and forth and squealed. When it saw me, it stood up and bared its teeth and growled at me. It was at least 7 foot tall, maybe even taller. It had the upper body of a professional bodybuilder. It was covered in black hair and had a head like a huge German police dog. I would never forget those pointy ears and snarling snout. I raised the shotgun holding the flashlight against the barrel and shot it right in the center of its chest. I was about 40 feet away from it and seeing the hair part on its chest where the buckshot hit. The buckshot didn't seem to affect this thing much at all. My sister came out behind me to see what was going on. She had turned on the porch light on her way out. She gasped when she saw the thing. She said, "Gee, what is it?" in a shaky voice. I said, "I don't know. Go back in the house." I broke the shotgun down, ejecting the spent shell, and dropped another one in the barrel and clicked it shut. The beast went down and snatched up a pig with one hand, and with the other hand pushed the pig's head back, and I heard a loud pop. It had broken the pig's neck, killing it instantly. The pig went limp, and the beast threw it over its shoulder. Then it bared its much too long teeth at me and growled again. As I raised the barrel of the shotgun towards it, it turned and leaped at least 15 feet in one bounce. It ran towards the tree line. I fired at it, aiming for the center of its back. I think I hit it again, but I can't be entirely sure. Then, with another impossible leap, it vanished into the trees. My dad came out and said, "What, was it a coyote?" I said, "Dad, I don't know. I just know that it was big. I don't know what it was, but it got one of our pigs." Dad said, "Didn't you hit it with your shot?" I said, "Yeah, Dad, I hit it with the shot. I think I hit it at least once, but it ran off anyway." "I don't know what it was, Dad." My dad said, "Well, unload the gun, hang it back up, and go back to bed." G was visibly scared as he told this story. He said he and his sister had talked about it at the bus stop the next day. They decided to keep what had happened to themselves as they figured no one would believe them anyway. He told us that we were the first ones he had ever told about the encounter. He swore that every word of it was true. I don't know if this thing G saw is real or not, but I do believe that he saw something and shot it. I think it may have been a Bigfoot that threw those small trees and made that god-awful screaming that we heard. I think G may have seen a Dogman. When I wrote of my encounter to the BFRO, they called and asked permission, and then sent 2 field investigators to my house within a week of getting the report. They didn't seem to care about anything. They wanted to go back to the spot where we had camped. I took them close and pointed them in the direction, but we would not go any closer than a few miles of that spot. Also, before I end this story, I do need to mention that there was a military presence seen by many who lived up there that year, both on the ground and in helicopters. But anyway, these accounts are entirely true. Thank you for your work and keep up the fine narrations.
Well, that's why we love the Swamp Dweller. It keeps us in suspense. Each and every night when he is here, Swamp Dweller reads on YouTube. Make sure you check it on out. Hit subscribe on that channel because we absolutely love the Swamp Dweller around here. And he is played every night, Monday through Friday, on this show. Let's do it. It is that time.
Nobody's gonna know. They're gonna know.
To bring in Tim Senor. Yes, Tim Senor is back with the UFO Report, and it's always good to have you back on, my friend. You had to skip out a couple of nights ago because you were doing some business, preparing for a big trip to Utah here that's coming up for you, going to find some UFOs, and I really appreciate you coming back in. How you been doing, buddy?
Been good, bud. Really good. I actually enjoyed some sun today. Had a little bit of a break. Took my kids to an amusement park out here in Oregon, right outside Portland. Had a blast. How about you, man? You been having fun? You feeling better?
I'm slowly starting to feel better. Sleeping better at night. You know,
you miss me. You miss me.
Well, you know what?
We can't cuddle.
Well, I mean, Caesar's Palace, what happens there stays there, right? But
Exactly.
that's just the way it is. It's kind of funny though, because around my daytime job, we've had 3 people go down with COVID. And everybody was kind of looking at me because I was sick. And I talked to my doctor. My doctor's like, "No, you don't have COVID. You got tested because we were hanging out,
I did.
and you were negative." And talking to Katie Page, from the MUFON conference, I guess a bunch of people ended up getting sick there
Oh no.
afterwards with the flu as well, but none of them have tested positive for COVID at all. So it's something that you know what? Hey, it happens. You get sick. I usually get sick twice a year, once in the winter, once in the summer, and that's what I'm chalking it up to.
Right, buddy. Well, I'm glad you're back and feeling better.
Yeah, I mean, I've gone through enough Advil cold and sinus and Vicks Vapo Rub.
Oh God.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Good. You're back with a vengeance, and SOR
Right.
appreciates it.
Well, you know what? The show must go on. The show must go on. It doesn't matter whether I'm sick or not. Even if I was in a hospital bed, I probably would have my makeshift studio moved into a hospital bed so I could do this show because I just love doing it so much, man. I
Yeah,
really do.
you would. You would do that. I could see it, and your nurses would all love you for doing that.
Yes.
Yeah.
Hey, I want to give a quick shout out here.
Okay.
Big thank you to Terry Hall and introducing us to YouTuber Carl Crusher, who has 3.14 million subscribers on YouTube. We had a very long business meeting yesterday about how to improve our YouTube channel and our social media. And I will tell you this, man, my brain is still fried from what I learned from Carl the Crusher in regards to how to improve our YouTube channel and what we need to do on a nightly basis to make ourselves better. So a big shout out to Carl and to Terry for setting that up. Very much appreciate it. And it's been great. The last 2 days in learning has been very heavy on me. Very heavy as we look to
Good.
expand SOR.
Yeah, Dave, and sometimes it can be humbling when you meet somebody great, right? And I got to work in person with Carl the Crusher out in Utah, and he's going to be part of our project. So you're going to get really up close and personal with him. He's a fantastic person. And of course, applaud Terry Hall. He's my project coordinator. And so the fact that he's coordinating for you now is going to do nothing but stellar things for you, brother. You're in great hands there.
Well, that's what you need to do.
Yeah.
And we got a great team here with SOR, with our booking crew, and people such as Terry are going to complement us even more. And the additions of both Danielle and Gentry on the After Hours show with Grant, who is taking over. I look at our on-air presence, and it is strong. We've had strong before. We have very strong now, and you're only as good as the people around you. You're only as good as the people around you. And we've recently surrounded ourselves with some very good people. So I'm very excited about what's coming in.
We're super lucky, buddy. You're so right. You're so right. And, I mean, you're kind of a force of nature yourself. It's hard to not like you. And what your goals are really simple and clear. And you're just so you need to have time to be able to focus on what you're super good at, which is this. And so it was time that you got a little help on the back behind the scenes stuff. Pretty simple stuff, man. So it's great that we can facilitate that for this channel. It needs to go up, up, and up. And you're right, you have an amazing team. All those names you named, no point in repeating them because what list and what order you put them in, they're all incredible. You've got an amazing team. Hard to look away. SOR is so much fun right now.
It really is. It really is. And you know what? Let's move on because we're going to end the love in right there. And
right.
We're going to move on here and kind of get things going here with, our UFO report, because in the end, Well, that's what you're here for. That's what I'm here for.
That's right.
And, there's been a lot of good news coming out recently about UFOs once again. And we're going to start off with my favorite topic, NASA, and internal
Mm.
discussions of UFOs in newly released documents. What's happening here?
Let's just give a shout out to John Greenwald at the Black Vault, again with a successful FOIA request. In these recent FOIA requests revealed internal NASA emails about UAPs and UFOs, including an invite to an event called, quote, Extreme Acceleration by UAPs. And so NASA is getting deep, and they're looking into this topic in a very real way. So a trove of newly released NASA documents through this FOIA about unidentified aerial phenomena, or UAPs, reveals some of the agency's internal discussions about these mysterious sightings. According to the Black Vault, which obtained the materials via Freedom of Information Act, or FOIA, request and published them Tuesday on their website. The document showed that a meeting about UAP, which are sometimes referred to as unidentified flying objects, or UFOs, was put on NASA Administrator Bill Nelson's calendar in March, and an email sent in May 2021 and marked internal distribution only, provided guidelines for responding to new interview questions on a range of topics associated with space research, including a subsection entitled, in quote here, Search for Life, Technosignatures, and UAP UFOs. So, Dave, I'm just going to kick this one over to you before I finish this article. It's obvious that they're getting in touch with some real science, some real data, and they know the right questions to ask now. How does this make you feel?
Well, I mean, they did spend $100,000 of serious money to get these answers that they already have. All right, which I find extremely annoying.
Mm-hmm.
And look, we already know that the Chinese and the Russians, are especially the Chinese, are really focused on hyperspeed. All right, not Mach. We're talking hyper Mach. We're talking Mach speed on steroids times 10.
Hypersonic. Yeah.
Hypersonic. Thank you. And to think that the United States is that far behind on it, I don't believe that. I mean, rockets are antiquated. The technology is out there. Whether we got it by our own brain power of the scientists, or whether we got it from stealing it from China, or whether we got it from the aliens themselves in crash retrievals, the technology is there. But I still think that NASA, if more people woke up to this subject, still looks like fools for pulling the wool over our eyes. They are, and look, I know there's separate sides to NASA. There is the public space side where we cheer on the astronauts and give them the rah-rah as they ride up into the wild blue yonder. Okay. But there's also the defense side of NASA that is secret, that puts the secret spy satellites and secret missions that go up into space, and those still continue on SpaceX and other private rockets. But NASA needs to, once again, stop playing the public as fools. What would it take for Bill Nelson, the head of NASA, former astronaut, to sit there and say, we have to look into our own closets and our own drawers and our own storage facilities to find out what we know? If he came out and said that, that would be earth-shattering. NASA is the leader of the world in space. They're leaders. And for them to play stupid on this topic, I don't care what they're talking about, Tim. I understand with what you're saying, and it's a good story brought out by John Greenwald of the Black Vault. Very good work again by John. But at some point, we have to stop kissing NASA's ass and start giving them a good shaking to see what falls out from their branches. Would you not agree?
Definitely. And I think you may be finding somebody that's attempting transparency with Bill Nelson, because this is obviously somebody that came out quite a few years ago publicly is having a strong belief in the possibility of alien life. And in fact, himself has had experiences and talked about them semi-publicly. So, I mean, we know that individuals have come out and spoken on this topic and felt comfortable enough to kind of breach a bit into the void. But I think we've still yet to see them come full force with everything that they have behind the scenes and everything that they have as far as data. Because you can definitely understand that $100,000 probably paid to scratch the surface if they're really looking to put together a report. I think truly what that $100,000 was spent on would be figuring out how to censor what they're going to put out and put it in appropriate terms to not A, put fear into the public, or B, strike up a whole new dialogue as to what motivates NASA. Because we know that NASA has always been a branch of our military, a division of the Army. And we know that we fill all of our shuttles and all of our astronauts are ex-military personnel, in, mostly Air Force. And, traditionally, obviously, we've heard the most silence coming from the Air Force. So there's some significance here to understand that there's quite a lot of data. It's not easily accessible, and you're not going to get any more from NASA than you can expect to get from any military branch. And so if they're looking to eke it out with semi-disclosure like this, saying that they're looking into it, this is a first. I mean, we haven't even heard this dialogue come from this branch of the government ever, let alone NASA. And so I commend it, but I also have red flags that go up at the same rate, because understanding that they may come out with something mundane as an explanation, and then they put that as the stamp and the final word on it. How do you come back to something like that?
But here's the thing. If the media was truly paying attention to this subject, I don't care if it's Brian Bender at Politico, who's been reporting a lot on UFOs. I don't care if it's the Debrief and Tim McMillan. I don't care if it's Tucker Carlson at Fox News, or Helene Cooper, or Ralph Blumenthal, or Leslie Keane. Don't care.
Dave's coughing.
This. But I will say this. Okay? At some point, they need to answer a question from the media. And the media has to remember what their jobs are. And it is hard for me to fathom, as a fellow journalist, Tim, that nobody has walked up to Bill Nelson during one of his press conferences and says, Mr. Nelson, your own astronauts since Gemini have reported UFOs and encounters, whether in space or on the moon. Your own pilots of the X-15 reported in close encounters with UFOs at 314,000 feet. Your own astronauts have come out publicly stating that there is something going on. When are you going to answer these questions as the head of NASA? That needs to be asked. It's not hard. If you see a chicken crossing the road, the answer is to get to the other side. Just like a human crossing the road, a deer, a marmot, a badger, whatever. NASA needs to be asked those questions. Right. And yet, for some reason, as we got about 25 seconds to go, I know it sounds like I'm harping on this, Tim, and to our audience, because it's been a thorn in my side the last few months. But this is how we get answers, by asking questions. Sometimes the easiest questions are the toughest ones to answer. And you know what? As we go to break here, Maybe Bill Nelson needs a little sweat on his forehead in a press conference. Tim Senor and the UFO Report continue right after this on Spaced Out Radio. And when we return, we're going to get into the Pentagon and Arrow with Senor Tim coming up right after the break on the Mighty SOR. Sorry for taking over there.
No, that's why we're here. It's beautiful. Beautiful.
Yeah.
What a great audience.
Yeah, we've had a fantastic audience tonight.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
That was a Timmy quote.
Timmy!
That's right. What a great audience.
Yeah. Jimmy and Timmy.
Jimmy
Fantastic.
and Timmy. Yeah.
Fantastic on South Park.
Yeah.
Let's see your picture there, Dirty Fylth. Let's see it. Hold on. We're going to put you up front here.
Oh, it's
look at that.
amazing.
Yeah, because the bugs in my screen keep getting in. Yep.
Fylth, what would life be without you, buddy? You're amazing.
Look at that. He even includes Butch Witkowski in there. Love it.
Yeah.
That's
He's
what I
always
love.
on the nightstand.
Love it.
So
Love
good.
Mm-hmm.
Busted through the screen. I love it.
Hello, original AA Ron. How you doing, buddy?
Oh, I like the poster in the back that says Stump. What is that?
That's
Team Stump.
That's Team Stump, man.
I love
Devil's
that.
Tower.
Devil's Tower. Okay.
Then you got Tic Tac poster. Then you got the Bigfoot poster.
What's the floor mat by the mouse hole?
Oh, right there on his desk.
says mouse.
Yes.
It says mouse.
MAUS.
Oh, that's
And
great.
what's on,
The little
and what's
donut.
on my shirt? Is that a pocket?
I gave you a pocket, an
Thank
alien pocket protector, Dave, and there's two
Thank
pens
you.
in there.
Nice.
And then you have the mosquito
Nice.
and the two no-see-ums bugging you.
Friggin' no-see-ums. I hate these things.
Museums.
Do you get them down there in Oregon?
Oh,
The
for
no-
sure. Oh, yeah. They're horrible.
Horrible little bastards.
When you breathe them in. Ugh.
I'm at 5 and 3 shows here. I've eaten 5 of them in the last, including tonight, the last 3 shows.
I love that you're keeping score.
Yeah.
Delicious.
Use your teeth as a filter.
Little bastards.
That's an old biker trick.
Yeah. Hold on. I'm going to mute
What
myself.
the
I'm gonna-
beard is for.
Oh, it's just,
The remnants of the cold.
yeah. That's
I-
what it's
I
like
stayed
working in a
under the radar.
warehouse.
Oh, right.
Boogers every day.
Bogers.
Boogers.
Magic nose goblins.
Nose goblins. One of the best lines that ever came from Ren and Stimpy.
Oh, that's
Thank you,
right.
Dave.
Because remember, Stimpy used to wipe his nose goblins underneath the coffee
And then
table.
his toilets. And his toilet seat. His chair that he had. I
Yes.
still have the Stinkiest Stories VHS. I think it's volume.
I
2.
actually, Fylth, I don't know what happened to them, but I actually used to have Ren and Stimpy fart dolls. So when you squeeze their stomachs, they farted.
Of
Hey,
course you
Dave, if
did.
you ever find those, I'm buying them off you.
Yeah.
At a friend discount though. Actually, wait. Oh no, we're friends again because we rescinded our friendship, or I rescinded my nasty things I said about you. I apologize. So, but you still got to keep those notes just for good measure.
Yes. Absolutely. I get you, man. I get you. Friendship's a
So
tough
anyways,
thing.
I'm heading out after this because I got to go to Wainwright in the morning.
Right on, Dirty.
hand deliver a comic or one of my books. I have to.
That's
scribble it
amazing.
as well.
All right,
Right
buddy.
on, buddy.
You have a good
All
night,
right,
okay?
gentlemen. Have a good night. Have a good night, everybody in the chat room. I'm still gonna listen though and lay in bed. And
Okay.
Congratulations on the book. That's awesome.
thank you very much, sir. All right. Have a good night, gentlemen.
Take care, buddy.
Have a great night. Bye.
That's Dirty Fylth, everyone. Big thank you to Smithy, Phil, Steven, Lala times 2, Doug, Waylon, Catfish, Bob, YJ, Trisha, Grant, and Tits McGee, who's filling in for the vacationing Veronica Corningstone tonight. Very much appreciate the super chats. It's a wonderful way to support what we do on this show on a nightly basis. You see value in us. Yes, you do. You see value in us, and we thank you for it. We really do. We got
And
about
we
9
thank you.
seconds here. 9 seconds. Can we wait that long? Around at third, we're heading for home tonight on Spaced Out Radio. Thank you so much for taking the time to join us. We really do appreciate it. Want to remind you that if you missed most of this show or others, check out our free archives at youtube.com/Spaced Out Radio. Do old Davey the favor, hit that subscribe button. Our website is spacedoutradio.com. We have a plethora of features for you. Rock out to Bumblefoot, read Shirky Poo's Newswire, check out our swag as well. Follow us on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio, Instagram at Spaced Out Radio Show, and on TikTok at Spaced Out Radio. We continue on with the UFO report. We're heading to the Pentagon with Tim Senor tonight because we're going to learn a little bit more about Arrow. It's all about Arrow now, Tim. What do you think?
That's what I've been saying since the very beginning, Dave. And you know this. And so now the Pentagon is finally catching on, right? And so the Pentagon is opening an anomaly resolution department to study UFOs. Hallelujah. So the newly created All-Domain Anomaly Resolution Office, or AARO, Arrow, will study transmedium UFOs specifically. Okay. And that transmedium UFOs that fly between space, the air, and under the water. The Pentagon announced its opening of this office specifically to chase down reports of the unidentified flying objects in a press release on Wednesday. It'll be called the All-Domain Anomaly Resolution Office, or AARO, AARO, and will work to collect and analyze various reports of UFO activity from across America's various federal agencies. The mission of the AARO will be to synchronize efforts across the Department of Defense and with other U.S. federal departments and agencies to detect and identify and attribute objects of interest in, on, or near military installations, operating areas, training areas, special use aerospace and other areas of interest, and, as necessary, to mitigate any associated threats to safety of operations and national security. So that's what this new press release explained, and this includes anomalous, unidentified space, airborne, submerged, and transmedium objects. So, Dave, it sounds like they're really covering their bases with this new program. I obviously am super excited. I'm waiting to hear the other side of the coin from you, my friend. Please hit me with your skepticism.
Well, thank God they actually picked an acronym that we can pronounce.
Right.
And you know what? Going back to the hearings, the Senate hearings, that was one of the things that they actually brought up was the fact that can we at least get an acronym that we can pronounce and work with instead of something difficult. I know it sounds funny, but, you know, I hate to be the bad guy. I always seem to be the bad guy in all of this. All right. And I know what you're doing
Beard.
right now.
It's
Tim.
it's the beard.
I know what you're doing right now, and I don't like it. But I'm going to answer you anyways. All right? I'm going to answer you anyways. I want to stop with the games, stop with the acronyms, stop with the postulating, and create the bloody team now. We all know that it's the same team members who are just going. And I mean, the richest guy at the Pentagon right now is the guy who has to peel off the letters off the glass door for the Aero offices because he has to change them every week when the government gets an epiphany. All right?
Yeah.
And I think it's ridiculous. I think they're making mockery of this. I'm not saying making mockery of the subject, but they're delaying. And it's obvious delays. You didn't have to change from OSAP. You didn't have to change from ATIP. You didn't have to change UFOs to UAP. You didn't have to go to AOI MSG when UAPTF worked perfectly fine, and it will work perfectly fine with if they didn't choose Arrow as well. But we all have to always watch the government and their officials make things more difficult than what they need to be. The bureaucracy is terrible. It really is. Somebody needs to call it out. And once again, when you have an absolutely ignorant media who doesn't know how to cover this subject or doesn't want to cover this subject, everybody loses. Everybody loses.
So
go ahead.
Let me go ahead and explain the cup and ball game that you're suffering from. And I'm with you on that. But let me explain why, at least from my understanding, why we're seeing this happen. Even from the very beginning with ATIP, which we now well know was a very introductory delve into this phenomenon and the topic on its own. And they kind of went a little bit into fringe science, and they tried to stay within the realm of real science. However, we've seen a progression of each one of these programs, and they've learned a little bit more each time. And so with each program and each progression, they've had to include different dialogue into what they're searching for. And so now we're seeing transmedium because now they're realizing that that's part of the phenomenon. And so although we'd like to maybe cast aspersions at the cup and ball game that you're describing here, we got to understand why really that's happening. It's because they're really circling in very slowly on what this actually is. So now they're very clearly defined in this new program that I personally am excited about. That is very clearly defined in their role and what they're looking for in departments and how they're going to go with their procedure. I find it exciting. But I also understand why it's progressed to this and why we're finally lying at Arrow, as being the final term, or, for now term, right? Because as soon as this group comes up with data, they'll probably need to switch the name again. Who knows what it'll be next, because we don't know, right? So we'll wait and we'll see what they come up with. Hopefully it's something fruitful and that moves the ball forward, and we'll see what the next organization's in search of. Because you got to know, I personally am keeping up on what they're looking for myself, because I'm looking for the same thing. I don't think anyone has the answers, but I do see these programs changing to circle in on this topic. Back at you.
I understand with where you're going, and I'm going to friendly debate you here on this.
Please.
If this was a brand new subject that they were dealing with, I could understand everything that you just said. It makes 100% sense. But this is a subject that is 75 plus years old, that the United States military and government has been covering up. Tim, here's where I take it personally as an experiencer. Take off my journalist hat for a second, put my experiencer hat back on. They've known for decades. They've known, they've studied, they potentially have evidence with crash retrievals or ETs that they either have recovered or have communicated with. We know NASA has communicated with them. okay, in ways of their own astronauts being followed and photographed by them. You and I have seen evidence of that. All right. This is a wicked game the military industrial complex is playing with UFOs and people who believe in the UFO phenomena. And if they hadn't been doing this since, let's start at Roswell. If they haven't been doing this since Roswell, I think exactly what you're saying is true. But they have been. And we are all dumber for it because we are believing these people who are supposed to have our best interests at heart. And the only thing they have that they are doing, that they care about you, they care about me, or anybody in our audience, is pulling the wool over our eyes to make themselves look good. Look, we had the United States Navy acting about the 2004 incident. The Air Force won't talk about Phoenix. Why not? Other incidents they won't talk about. The Navy doesn't talk about encounters over war sites, whether it's the Gulf War, Vietnam, the Foo Fighters of World War I and World War II. They've been lying to us forever, and too many people are on this champion bandwagon of saying, let's roll with it. No, we're rolling towards confirmation and not proper information of disclosure. That's what upsets me, Tim. That's what fires me up, because I care about wanting to know what landed in the forest and communicated with me and turned its lights on 3 times. What about the black triangle that was hovering over my house, or the orb during the day that sat over top of my house, started on my friend's property, and when I left, that orb moved over top of my house and sat there for 3 hours before moving north? Could have sat anywhere, but it was over my house. Okay? The aliens I met in the forest, the Sasquatch I met in the forest, okay? Whatever you want. I want to know what happened to me. Those idiots at the Pentagon, they know. They know what's happening to you. They know what's happening to me. They know what's happening to everybody else. This is where I get fired up, my friend.
I love your passion. I love your passion. And it's one of those things that it's kind of hard to, when it comes to experiencers, you're talking about people that know. Okay, that's a totally different category. And I include you in that, people that are kind of in the know that have had these experiences. And so I think what we're seeing with this program is they're trying to circle in on data that can back up what you're talking about as an experiencer and can back up what our pilots are saying that they're seeing, so that not only is NASA going down their road, we're seeing the Pentagon developing programs that can actually categorize, itemize, and look deeper into some of the more serious events that have tons of data, because we know, like you're saying, that there is some data on it. Now, will this lead us down the primrose path to 75 years of truth and maybe dig up some, alien truth of history? I don't think so. I don't think so. And I think to ever expect that, you will be disappointed. And I think simply because it's been so swept. The path has been so swept that those footprints are long gone. I don't think we'll ever know any of the truth. It's not meant to be known, right? And so what they're trying to do is have some sort of new science and data to reflect things moving forward. Now, I understand that you are wanting some history and you want some truth from history. Yeah, I don't think that's going to happen.
It's
Moving
not
forward, we may see some truth moving forward, though.
But that's the reason why, Tim, we will never have disclosure. The D word needs to be eliminated from the UFO category. Okay? The games started when we heard in 2015 Hillary go on Jimmy Kimmel and say, we don't call them UFOs anymore, we call them UAP.
I saw that clip.
Okay. In 2015, the game shifted. 2016, all right, was typical. But, if you look at all the old timers in this field who have 30, 40, 50 years experience, what was the one thing they told all of us newbies coming in this? Okay. Don't trust the government. Don't trust it. We are an infiltrated group, which we learned MUFON is infiltrated. Okay. We are an infiltrated group. We have had these people ruin lives, ruin people, ruin careers. But now, all of a sudden, since 2017, we're supposed to forget all of that. Bygones be bygones. And we even see it with a lot of the old timers who used to be bastions of truth in this field. Okay, Stanton Friedman, Peter Robbins, even Richard Dolan, who he goes to any shiny new object with such enthusiasm. Okay. At one point, Nick Pope was even believable. Okay. Till someone threatened him with Velcro. That's funny. That's funny.
It is.
All right. So the point that I'm getting at is this. The new wave started in 2017. I like patterns. The new history mark started in 2004 with the Nimitz. That's where they made all the UFO sightings military. They don't care about the airlines. They don't care about the public. They don't care about anything. It's all about the military.
It's unfortunate.
You cannot have disclosure while covering up what has happened. Okay? That's like, you've been divorced. I've been divorced. That's like going up to our new partner. Have you ever been, where she asks, have you ever been married before? Nah. Well, why? Well, because it's 2017. That happened in 2005. That doesn't count anymore. Because I've started my new history with you on January 5th, 2008. Whatever the date may be. So I don't worry about, I'm not married. I've never been married before because I wasn't with you. That's what the U.S. government is telling us.
Right.
That's what the Pentagon is telling us.
And now, interesting point that you're bringing up, and so I'll just highlight it for a moment. And so you're mentioning 2004 and 2017, and let's just talk about that for a moment. Why is that important?
Well, 2004 is when the U.S. Nimitz incident happened.
Okay. And 2017? Okay.
That's when the To the Stars Academy started.
Okay.
Which was,
so,
all right. Which was
so that changed the temperature for this topic, correct? And I feel like Kevin Day and, a lot of the people that came into play with their, so yes. Okay. That absolutely is correct. Now, why do you think that happened? Did that happen on purpose? Was that something that was a leak? Or do you think that was something that was a purposeful move by the government? So there's a few options in there, but what do you think was the truth behind that initial, let's even say 2004, this rebirth of interest
I'm gonna answer that with a question that you saw me speak about in Denver.
Right.
Why now? The most important question that has not been asked by anybody in journalism except me. Why now? Give us the reason why now. Nobody has answered that question. I have asked Lou Elizondo that question. I have asked Sean Cahill that question on the air. I have asked other researchers on the air, other people who are close to government officials on the air. Why now? There's only two reasons. You can make up others as honorable mention, but there's only two reasons. One, false flag coming. like Dr. Stephen Greer says, which I don't believe Dr. Stephen Greer as far as I could throw him. Can you imagine Dr. Stephen Greer with Nick Pope's hair? Holy cow. That'd be terrible. But number 2, as I said in Denver, I believe the phone call from space was answered. There was no reason for any of this to happen, Tim. No reason whatsoever. Yet here we are, 5 years gone almost from Tom DeLonge standing on stage for a pressless press conference in Seattle, Washington, to announce that they're starting to look into UAP, not UFOs, UAP. When their own website, when you go to the To the Stars Academy website, right after that speech, and there is not one word about UFOs or UAP or extraterrestrials. But they're going to build a spaceship. Yeah, with $2 million, you're going to build a spaceship, Tom. You better go back out on tour for a Grateful Dead type of tour that never ends before you'll afford that ship. But that's when it started. That's when the BS began. And we look where we are today. Everything that I stated in my speech in Denver, all right, and I'm going to pat myself on the back for this because I don't do it often, okay? In Denver, I said the medium is the message. Control the media, control the message. That's why we don't have tough questions, and that's why nobody is asking, why now? Because the phone call was answered, and the government of the United States and maybe governments around the world went, oh, crap, we've been found, and they're on their way, and we can't stop them. That's what I think is going to happen.
Well, what explains the pressure from Congress? I mean,
because they were caught with their pants down. But this is a night we're going to have this talk because we're going to have a discussion on Arrow here coming up. And I'm going to have to talk with our booking team this weekend about it. But Tim, thank you for a great UFO report. We didn't get to your third story, but that's okay. That's okay. You know, and we'll get to Shirky Poo's news next week because we've run out of time. But hey, sometimes, you know, this jerk here, he always gets me passionate about things. His whole goal in the UFO report is try and fire me up. It really is. I don't understand it. Don't like it. Swamp Dweller, thank you for another great story. And of course, our guest talking about Dogman all night long, podcaster, experiencer, Bettina Moss. Just fantastic. Absolutely fantastic power show tonight. We got Mr. Ron Bumblefoot Thal rocking in the background with Little Brother is watching. Bumblefoot is the official music of Spaced Out Radio, rocking us in and out of every single show. Get your horns up for the guitar god himself. Special thanks to everybody listening in at home, at work, in your cars, wherever you may be. Thank you to everyone in our chat rooms tonight. YouTube, Twitch, LGAP, Facebook, Space Travel. Remember, this show is copyright by Spaced Out Radio and SOR Media Ventures Limited. Thank you so much for choosing to share your evening with us, because together, my friends, we own the night. Mr. Bumblefoot, we need a favor. We need you to take us home. Yes, the Woo Train has docked for the night. But soon, my friends, we shall ride again. Your seats are always available. Your tickets never expire. And if you want to bring a friend, we've got room for them too. Good night. Hot damn, I knew that was going to happen.
Are you okay, buddy? Oh my God. I was concerned.
It
That
happened.
Canadian weather.
You were killing me, man. I'm trying to catch my breath, and you were killing me.
I'm sorry. It's hard not to laugh seeing you struggling to breathe. That is a funny thing to me. I'm sorry, audience.
Oh, that's
That
okay.
is just funny to me. Yes. Live on air. He manages to just you're amazing, dude.
Oh,
You pull it off every time. You're
oh,
awesome. Yeah, you are, dude.
God.
I'm in awe. I'm in awe of you.
It happens.
Plus, you do have a Jerry Garcia kind of feel to you, and I'm a bit of a fan. So so it kind of feels, comfy. It's an easy friendship.
We made it. It's all that matters. We made it.
It was fun. It's been a while too, buddy. It's been a few days.
What's my sample rate? Just want to see something here. I was wondering about this earlier. Okay, MP3. Output is MP3. All right. Trying to figure out something for one of my radio stations. They're having troubles with my if I actually knew what I was looking at, that would be kind of cool.
Share screen. Share screen.
Yeah,
No,
I
I'm just
know.
kidding. Just kidding.
That's good.
So are you wanting me to stick around, or should I just duck
Stick
out?
around.
Casually?
You can get the hell out. That's all up to you.
I'm just whipped.
Well, you've been running around all over hell and high water.
I sure have, buddy.
Yeah, hit the bed.
Well, here's the thing. That Starliner is taking off tomorrow. They're going to get a jump on it. So,
Oh, yeah?
for everyone in your audience, that's commencing tomorrow morning. They're leaving bright and early. So,
When do you leave?
24th, I'll drive up and show up 25th early in the morning sometime.
Oh, must be nice. I'm supposed to be at a stag right now
What?
with the emergency dink.
Are you jumping out of a cake?
No.
I wish you were.
Hey, it's gorgeous Ozzy Ange. How you doing?
If I got a cake at a stag and you jumped out, I wouldn't be disappointed. I don't know. That's just me.
I'm not wearing lingerie. Just telling you right now.
Just pasties.
No, heck no. I'm burying it all, man. Yeah. So,
Oh, I'm so tired.
so let's say goodnight to you, and then I'll tell the emergency dink story. You go to bed.
No. Go ahead, man. Hit. I'll listen to the emergency dink story before I go.
Okay.
Please.
So the emergency dink is my former brother-in-law's brother, who literally had a shrine of himself in his own house. Okay. And he was a firefighter / paramedic. And he loved letting people know what he did.
Like
right?
a full statue? Or just a bust?
No, not a full. I never saw it.
His pictures?
But all his photos of himself.
Okay. I could get a statue. I wouldn't mind a statue of myself.
The firefighter's calendar.
All coat rack.
I think he even autographed his own copy. He's such an asshole that way, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyways, so this is a guy who literally for about a year bullied me. Okay. And it all changed when I used to hang out with a friend who was a female friend who was a former Budweiser Bud girl. And she, we were best buddies. We hung out all the time. And she was like, I really want to find a nice guy. Could never find a nice guy. So I said, hey, I got the guy for you. And from the time they started dating, they absolutely turned on me. And it affected my relationship with my sister and her husband, and then eventually her ex-husband. It really put a damper on my relationship with my nephews, to the point where at one time my ex-brother-in-law even told me that I wasn't good enough to be my nephew's uncle.
Oh, that's hardcore. Wow.
Yeah. So if you remember the show, the movie Billy Madison, the
Great
O'Doyle
movie.
Rules family,
Yeah,
O'Doyle Rules.
Yeah.
That's
the
what they're
dicks.
like. Okay.
Oh, yeah.
That's
okay.
what they're like. And my nephews, I don't know what they look like. Like, I've spent so little time with them. They're now 24 and 23, and they're really good kids, both of them. Really, really good, solid kids. And my one nephew is getting married. And so I had to, I was supposed to go to the stag this weekend. The problem was my one nephew forgot to contact me. And I didn't know until my sister called me up this week and said, "Aren't you going to the stag this weekend?" And I
Oops.
said, "What stag?"
The penny dropped.
So, being the good uncle that I am, okay, I literally said to my sister, "It's not your son's fault." Okay. I said I couldn't get time off of work anyways. Accidents happen. I'm not concerned about not going, which between us, because I know she'll never see this. Okay. It pisses me off. But I'm not gonna throw my nephew under the bus for that. Okay. I'm not. I'm the forgotten soul of my family. So
Yeah.
I'm actually taking it. Excuse me. I'm actually taking it as more funny than pissed off.
Right. And I mean, this is a public platform. We're not going to tell anybody. Your secret is safe here.
Oh, yeah. Well, I know none of my family watches what I do anyway, so I'm not too worried about it. And I'm
You'd be
frankly,
surprised. They probably definitely do. But
at
anyways, buddy.
At 49 years old, I don't give a shit anymore. Okay,
Right. Right.
That's what it comes down to. But
So Dave,
yeah.
bring me back home here. How does this relate to the dink?
Okay. So, anyways, my sister texts me, and I just said to her, I said, "You know what? Just let it go." I said, "The benefit is I don't have to hang out with the emergency dink this weekend. That makes
Who
me
is
feel, because
the brother-in-law's former roommate's nephew's uncle. Yeah.
I have never ever wanted to hurt anybody in my life. Okay, this person, I would absolutely make.
You're in public. Uh-oh.
Yeah.
That was
Don't
in
care.
public. That's a threat. She's this
Right?
guy. Oh, geez, I love it.
So I said to my
I'm
sister,
glad I'm not your lawyer.
she responds, and she's like, "Who cares about the emergency dink? This is about my son." I said, "Please note my sarcasm." But then she goes, "Yeah, how many years ago was whatever that was? Life is way too short and precious." And I said to her, I said, "Well, the emergency dink traumatized me more than you know. But let's not talk about it, since it's not Coke versus Pepsi." Because there's a funny joke in my family that we don't talk about anything serious unless it's hockey, politics, or the Coke versus Pepsi battle.
Right. Are you Coke or Pepsi?
I'm Pepsi.
Wrong.
Who cares?
So there's that. There's that. But let me just say,
I don't. Yes, Jonathan Davies, the emergency dink does walk around with a mirror. I call him Fig Jam, which stands for fuck, I'm good. Just ask me. Okay. So the good part about it is out of the potential 2 times in the last 20 some years that I would have to spend with the emergency dink, I've now skipped out on one of them, and I'm very happy about this, and I'm okay with it.
Yeah. This is good radio, isn't it? This is compelling. This isn't right. No one's listening. This is just you and me talking. We're just having a chat.
I don't care.
I can
If the
tell.
emergency dink ever listens to this, I don't think he would, because he's better than us.
Oh,
Okay. By the way, Terry Hall is a Pepsi guy, just so
Don't
you
get
know.
me started. Don't get me started.
But if the emergency dink ever did listen to this, I would just say to him this: I hate you. I hate you. And when you die, I will pee on your grave. I will pee on your grave. And there's nobody else in this world that I would do that to except him.
You're really elevating yourself here, bud. I'm going to say this, though. Putting things in their place in your life is a good thing, you know? And so, like, if you're very clear on a relationship, putting it in that box, sealing that box and throwing it in a river, I mean, I understand that. That's fine. You can deal with problems that way. There's nothing wrong with that. I prefer to just bombard them with kindness.
He doesn't deserve it.
That's why it's so perfect. Because those are the people you need to do it to.
This way. Okay.
They're probably hurting inside.
Oh no, he's too busy looking at himself in the mirror,
buddy.
But
Well,
put it this way,
dude, you know what you're doing.
I blew out my knee. We played on the same ball team. Okay, the same softball team, slow pitch. All right. I was chasing down a fly ball. I used to be a really good fielder. I was chasing down a fly ball. And as I'm chasing down the fly ball, the night before, on the diamond we were playing on, there was a sprinkler breakage in right field. Okay, so right field filled up with water. They tried to dry it off, and they got it to the point where it was playable. So here I am running for the ball, and I step into where the sprinkler head was. I hyperextended my knee and immediately tore my ACL and MCL.
Ouch.
While I'm rolling on the ground in pain, the emergency dink comes over to me, stands over top of me, and says to me, "Get the fuck off the field. You don't deserve to be on here, and I am not helping you."
Yeah.
So one of our other teammates, Daryl, says, "Shut up, otherwise I'm going to kick your ass right now, and I will report you because it's your job as an emergency paramedic to help people who are injured."
Yeah, that's a low moment in his life. Yeah.
Emergency dink walked away, and I had to be carried off the field because he refused to help me.
Yeah. Yeah, that's rough, man. I mean, you and I get along so well because, I mean, we're a fire and ice situation. If there's another side to the story that you can surprise me and the audience with, it'll happen. Like, you know what I mean? I definitely do try to see the positive in things, and you're like, no, dude, this guy's a fire that nobody can put out.
No,
You're like, there's reasons for me and my hatred. I get it. That would be pretty hard to swallow. I had a pretty hardcore soccer coach too.
And the worst part about it is, as this was happening, my ex-wife was right there with me. She saw it happening. And nobody would, my family would be like, oh, it's just David. It's just David. It's just him. He's just having a tantrum. Where nobody in my family, because we never discussed anything out of Canucks, politics, or Coke versus Pepsi, nobody in my family gave a shit that I was hurting over this. That
Right.
this man was literally bullying me, and my own family wouldn't stand up for me.
Dave, I'm really proud of you for talking about this with your audience. I'll bet there's people that have similar issues, right? Like, that can relate. You're so strong for sharing, dude. Well done for overcoming. Look at how amazing you are, and like what you've been up to, with all that like kind of crap around your neck.
And
That's
still
bud.
editing. And still
Are you?
editing.
You're multitasking. You're a hell of a guy. You're a swell guy.
Well, you know what? I don't discuss a lot of my personal stuff, as you
No, you
know.
don't. Right. Yeah.
Okay, because
This is nice.
really, but there are some things where I just don't have a choice. Okay.
Yeah, man.
And
And I think it's good that you're so in touch that you can share it, and you're benefiting us all by this. And I'm personally appreciate you talking to me about it. So I can't even imagine what our audience thinks.
so that's why I threw the shot at my sister afterwards, where she's
Right.
like, "Oh, it's all about my son," and I'm like, "Well, yeah, of course it is," which is true. He loves his uncle, and
At
good
the
on him.
same rate. Right.
But at the same time, okay, it's very difficult for me to be in the same room as somebody who literally tortured me. Not
And does your
torture's a heavy word. Who
no,
bullied
but
me. Who
yeah, but
bullied.
I mean, you're traumatized. You have PTSD from this experience. You're still talking about it. So the fact that you're talking about it is awesome. And don't
Yeah.
diminish that experience with terminology, brother. That was all real. And the fact that you're sharing it so openly is huge. And it shows how strong and how much you've grown. Well done, sir. But on the real,
I still hate the fucker.
nothing wrong with that, man. It's a real emotion, and now I understand why you feel it. Thanks for explaining that. And does your audience understand the dink? Is that why they throw the joke in the chat?
Yeah,
Is that a thing?
kind of made up a few weeks ago. We kind of made up the emergency thing.
I love it because now you get to expel your demons through your chat. Well done. I love it. You're a genius.
Yeah.
That's good stuff, buddy.
So it is. I mean, it is what it is. I mean, you can only push it so far.
That's right.
Right. But oh well.
Oh wow.
Oh well. I mean, what do you
bring
do?
Up the bison in Africa, and let's see what they're eating and drinking in Africa, so that Tim can go to bed.
No, I've got a plan. Next month.
Ooh. Okay.
Next month, when I go to my nephew's wedding, all right, I'm going to put on the face. I'm going to, if the dink comes up to me to say anything, I will tell him point blank, go fuck yourself. Right? I have no problem saying that. Go fuck yourself. And it'll be good.
It'll be good.
Yeah. I already, believe it or not, I already actually had a talk with my nephew and his fiance. I said, I will do anything for you. You want me to MC, I'll MC. If you don't, you don't. I said, but the only thing that I request through this entire thing is do not sit me by your uncle. I don't care if I got a table at the far end where nobody can see. Do not sit me by the emergency dink. I said, because I said, buddy, I'm not trying to be an asshole here because it's your day. I said, but if I see my name tag by Dwayne, I will get up and leave. I will come up to you. I will give you your gift that I'm going to give you. Okay. But I am literally standing up and walking out the fucking door.
Totally understandable. Yeah, man.
Yeah.
Yeah. You be you. Keep strong. I think it's great. I enjoy these chats after the show. This is great. I learned so much about you that I didn't learn previously. Yeah. The inner Dave. This should be therapeutic. Maybe that'll be my gig. I do the UFO report and then therapy for Dave with Tim.
But the issue, you know what the issue is with the UFOs? Now you're going to fire me up again.
Here we go,
All right.
folks.
You're trying to get to bed here.
Here we go.
All right.
It's all good, bud. Let it roll. That's why I'm
I
here.
would say this. I'm almost 100% right.
About
Almost. What I said earlier about the timelines, reading between the lines, the setup by the TTSA, the setup by the U.S. government.
Yeah, it's weird. You got like an inside line. It's pretty interesting, and the fact that you say it out loud before it happens, I think, is great. What do you have in that pen? Does it tell the future? Let me get some of that. Does that tell the
VIX,
future,
man.
buddy?
It's VIX.
Sure,
VIX.
VIX. I got you. Is that what the kids are calling it nowadays? VIX.
That's what the kids are calling it.
Cool.
Right.
Poppers.
But I'm serious. The why now? The why now? Now I got my chapstick here because my lips are dry.
You're just full of stuff. Well, officially a popper.
Right there.
This is
Anybody
very
want to
David? It's very David. This is very David Lynchian right now. Right out of Naked Lunch, he's smearing stuff on his lips. Anyone that's seen that movie, you know what that's about. It's drug.
Jonathan Davies is just killing me in the chat room right now. Dinky, Dave's new handle.
Oh, that's good stuff.
That's hilarious. God, I love Jonathan Davies. I think if there was one person in this field that I want to meet, it's Jonathan Davies.
Thanks a lot.
Because that's the kind of guy, honestly, he's the type of guy who I could literally walk down a sidewalk with, and I would just body check him into like a store glass pane for no reason. Get that soccer out of your system, you limey.
Hey, I like soccer and played it also, so you're gonna have to check both of us. I think we could take you. I think Jonathan and I could take you.
The only thing you guys would do if I went to bring a shoulder down on both of you was you'd hit the sidewalk crying, waiting for somebody to wave a red card at me.
No, I would hit the sidewalk, and then Jonathan would come up behind you and push, and we'd just take you down. It'd be a team setup. Oh yeah, we'd set you right up.
Yeah. Yep, you totally would.
We'd have to. We're both British. This is how we operate.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just kidding, buddy. But
the
that's
Ukrainians
fun.
always get the underhand until we got to take on the Russians.
That's right. We got to get serious. Take the gloves off.
We do all the dirty work for you guys. That's all the dirty work for the Commonwealth and the Republic. Damn Ukrainians.
I love it. Unity in the community. I love it. There's Terry Hall sending me texts.
Oh, he's probably laughing his head off right now.
He is. I mean, I'm not going to read what he's writing, but he's in big support of you. Let's just say that. He's enjoying the show.
Parents.
He probably thinks I should stay up and banter further and maybe even pull out some of my joke material.
Oh, no. Don't do that.
No.
You're like
I won't.
Ramon, not funny.
They're not funny. Yeah, nobody thinks I'm funny. No, my kids think I'm funny, but it's because I know what they think is funny is toilet humor. So I keep it all below the belt, and they, love it.
Yeah.
But yes, sir, I am going to retire and call it a night. But I'll give you a call tomorrow.
And, do that.
Audience, thank you so much, everybody. All my friends in the chat, every one of you are awesome.
Don't interrupt me about 3-4 o'clock because I'm going to be meditating while mowing my lawn for an hour. That's what I do on my lawnmower. I meditate on my lawnmower.
And how's the diet going? You still?
I'm down 9-10 pounds
because you were 8. That's amazing, brother. Yeah. Well done. Congratulations. Good for you.
You know what I did? I cut out. I have a good breakfast. And then I cut out lunch and I fast with water during the afternoon. And then I only eat dinner until I'm full. And then if I need a snack afterwards, like after the show, if I'm hungry, I'll grab an apple or something, a fruit, or normally lately I've just been having another big glass of water.
Yeah, bud.
So
That's
that's
awesome.
what
Shifting your habits. Well done, sir.
Yeah.
Good for you.
In
Keeping
the
it healthy.
today, I'm going to be honest with you. As soon as you leave, I'm stepping away from this and I'm like going upstairs to grab a beer or a Coke. But
Every once in a while, something nice is great. But that's why it's no big deal. You know, you can do those things now. Good for you, buddy. That's great.
you guys do tats? I got 3 tattoos. I got to get one of them
Do
coming up.
tats. I'll give you a tattoo. Sure. Be happy to. Never done it before, but happy to give you a tattoo. Didn't we almost get tattoos?
We almost got tattoos.
Oh my god, we almost got matching tattoos.
Yeah.
Freaking Denver.
Yeah, we were going to
What was
get
that
pictures
big?
of Jonathan Davies' bald head on our backs.
Yep.
Pictures
No.
of Jonathan Davies on our back.
Be honest, you wanted me to get a tattoo of your balls on my back, and I was going to get your tattoo to be my balls on your back. Well, wasn't it kind of a thing?
Yeah, but the weird part was yours were hairier.
So there you go, folks. You know that's not true. I surf. I have no hair on my body. I'm a surfer. We keep it lean and mean. But your tattoo seriously wasn't it like a W with a thing in the middle? And I was like, looks like
That's
balls.
right there.
Oh, it looks like a droopy sack with a piercing. I don't know.
It is. It's a penis.
I was just
with a piercing.
I was just making jokes at the time.
Patrick M, how you doing?
I must not have had my glasses on at the time because it looked much ballsier when I originally saw it. But yeah, I'll tattoo anybody in your audience. No problem. Okay, guys. It's been fun chatting. I'm gonna go. The silliness is over. Start turning lights off before I leave. I'll just go off into the darkness.
Yeah, you head off sunset.
Let's see what
I
happens
wish I had a
if I
theme.
can actually disappear. I can actually disappear.
Yeah, that'd be cool. That would be cool.
No, Tim. There's you. Just my voice. It's creepy.
Just your sultry voice.
Good night.
Good night. How y'all doing? How you all doing? Yep. Dodging the emergency dink this weekend. It's a beautiful thing, man. Beautiful thing. It's like winning the friggin' lottery. Let's go like this. Close that. I'll tell you what I'm going to do here, because I'm actually not very tired. I am thirsty, though. I'm going to go get a drink. And if you guys have any UFO questions as to what Tim and I were talking about, I will get into more detail if you want. Right? So I'll be right back. Let me just go get a drink here because I already finished my 2 mini bottles of water. But I will be right back, guys. Hold on. What the hell happened there? Hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 0, 5. Okay. That's so weird. That's the issue, though. Okay. Yeah. Okay, cool. I'll be right back. Stay right there. Stay right there. I'll be right back. My name is Dave Scott. Be right back. My name is Dave Scott. All right. Grabbed another water and a Canada Dry. All right. Dave D. Scott. Thanks, Jonathan Davies. I love you, man. Jonathan Davies is one of the coolest dudes in this field. He's no bullshit. He's just a great guy. Great guy. Okay. I don't even know where I put the 8-ball. It's around here somewhere. I think my son took it. I don't even know where it is. I gotta find it. I don't know. All right. Let's see here. Let's see. And how is it a big nothing burger for disclosure? All right. Starting off with Anne's question here. Disclosure doesn't exist, in my opinion. Now, it's just my opinion, but disclosure doesn't exist. What they are doing is they are giving us confirmation of the news of what they want us to know. True disclosure, whether you love him or not, is what Tim Burchett, the congressman, talks about, where the public has a right to know everything that happened from disclosure on forward. From Roswell on forward, pardon me. That's disclosure. Okay? We deserve, as a, not just Americans or whatever, but we as humanity deserve to know what is out there. This confirmation of what it is so that they can control what is going on. Otherwise, they wouldn't be worried about us seeing the 21-minute video of the Tic Tacs or of other craft. They wouldn't be worried about all that. What is the concern? Right? What is the concern? It's because of the military-industrial complex. Unless the Tic Tacs aren't theirs, but they're actually America's. That's being tested out at Area 51. They have been controlling the narrative since the To the Stars Academy came out. That's the beef I have. There's no such thing as disclosure. It's only confirmation. And that is the issue. And, okay, Jonathan, why is Lou Elizondo meeting with Jeremy Corbell and Jesse Michaels, who works for Peter Thiel, a billionaire ultra-right-winger? I would say that, how can I put this? I was told about 9 months ago, Jonathan, that there are a group of a really, really wealthy and famous people who are very much interested in UFOs and the disclosure process. And they were willing to throw their own money to try and help the process along. Now, I understood that when Skyfort was around, but Skyfort isn't around anymore. So I don't understand it. UFOs have turned into a billionaire's game. I don't know what for. I really don't. I'll try and find out. Is there, Michael Gutierrez, is there any faction of the government that wants disclosure? Probably not. Probably not. Oh, I'm sorry, Awesome Man Palmer. I don't think there is anybody in the government that wants true disclosure, except maybe a few like Tim Burchett or Larry McGuire up here in Canada. Why hold secrets? Just because you're an elected official or you are a member of the government does not mean that you are better than me or you or anybody. The secrets are horrible. They really are. So I'm not trying to sound like a negative Nancy when it comes to disclosure. Hi, Joey Hayes. How you doing? All right. But what's the truth? There are people out there who know the truth. If people like Elizondo were allowed to tell the truth, not worry about their NDAs, their retirement packages, jail, we're going to be having a completely different conversation. And what we need to understand is it's not just disclosure, just isn't about aliens. All right. It isn't about aliens. It's about near-death experiences. It's about consciousness. It's about cryptids. It's about ghosts. It's about everything. That's why you hear so many of these people talking about the phenomena. You know, that's what it's about. It's about the phenomena, the magic that they are hiding behind life, the reality behind life. They don't care. They don't care about you, me, or anybody. It isn't about us. In the end, it's about what can they do to take the technology to protect their spaces within the world, to being a powerhouse. Right? It's like NASCAR, any kind of car racing, NASCAR, drag racing, Formula One, kart series, okay? They are the leaders in making cars and vehicles safer for us. It doesn't matter whether it's Ford, Toyota, GM, Chrysler, Fiat, Nissan, Kia. It's the developments that they make that they eventually pass on to the public in order to make vehicle and transportation and driving safer. Now, when you look at the military, though, everything that they stand for is about how can we get the competitive edge on our adversaries. It has nothing to do with using that technology where every time we're at an airport or we stare up at the sky and we see a 737 or an Airbus or a 747 flying across the sky, that's antiquated. You look at the 747, as they've been flying that since the 70s. Same design. Newer aircraft, newer tech. All right. But it's still taking 19 hours to fly from LA to Australia or Japan. The Concorde used to take 3 hours to get from New York to London or New York to Paris. Right? And since they shut that program down after that horrible crash that killed a bunch of people, all right, they stopped supersonic travel. Why? We've been doing supersonic since the 50s when Chuck Yeager broke the sound barrier. Like all of our flying technology, it shouldn't take 5 hours to get from Vancouver to New York, or 6 hours. Shouldn't take that at this point. But the military doesn't care, right? They learned a lot about supersonic travel through the SR-71 and the other SR programs. I believe we're up to 75 right now. Right? The SR-71, as we knew, flew at Mach 3.3 plus. They wouldn't say how fast it truly went. All they would tell us was Mach 3.3 plus. That technology was developed in the late 50s, early 60s. The Chinese are working on hypersonic speed with success. Right? So, aliens, it's all about confirmation. They want the technology for themselves. They don't want it for us. We, as in ordinary people, mean nothing. Sad to say, but it's true. All right. Any other questions here? Bart, why do extraterrestrials not show themselves to the big audience? There's nothing to hide anymore when they are there for the whole world to see. True. I don't know the answer to that question. It opens up a whole bunch of weird conspiracies from whether or not there's a council above Earth hanging out there and saying, hey, don't interfere with the humans too much. Or they're waiting for us to grow up. Whatever it may be. Asteroid. The U.S. retired the Aurora, I heard, around 2008, 2010. And it's been replaced by the SR-75. And I was told by my secret person that if you watch the beginning of Top Gun 2, Maverick, where he is flying a spy plane, from what I was told, it is a big laugh within the secret community because Cruise is actually flying what the Aurora looked like. Noble Patrick, my friend retired from Skunkworks, said the TR-3B was a real deal. Does not surprise me. Let's see here. This is what allegedly the SR-75 looks like. There's a few versions of it. Something like this. Actually, it's kind of weird because this is Popular Mechanics who's talking about Dark Star in Top Gun. This is what it allegedly looks like. Something like that. And this aircraft is believed to be able to travel between Mach 5 and Mach 10. So basically at Mach 10, by the time the Russians or the Chinese figure out what's flying over, this thing is already out of their airspace. And Palmer, it's quite okay. I don't know why you're triggered by it. All right. Joe. What is that weird little spacecraft that looks like a miniature space shuttle? That's the X-39? X-37? Was it the X-37? No, X-39. Where's X-37? Yeah, this thing. This is the one you wanted to see, Joe. From what my guy said, this thing stayed in space for like 2 years. An unmanned aircraft. Apparently, they were doing scientific experiments on it or with it. And from what I heard, it could have been doing some other stuff that was nefarious up there. X-37B. Oh, my lovely Lavira. That's interesting. She says, don't get me started on that Aurora, Dave. My deceased husband told me all about it around 84, 86. We were stationed at Bentwaters Woodbridge. That's interesting. That is interesting. Hey, my brother Eugene, how you doing? Yeah. Any other questions? Let us also pay tribute that yesterday was the 35th anniversary of Guns N' Roses releasing Appetite for Destruction. And the greatest song ever written, Paradise City, number 6 on the album. Side 1, final song. When are you going back to Vegas? Our fan party will be May 19th to 21st next year. We're just going to start working on that here soon. It's one of my priorities here. And we just got to figure out whether or not we're going back to Golden Nugget or not, or we're going to a different location. And so we are trying to figure that out. But personally, I'm hoping to go back in the fall. Reminder, on Wednesday night, I will not be here Wednesday. I think Grant is going to cover for me. I am taking my son to Vancouver for his first rock concert. Hey, Sovereign Farts, where have you been hiding? In the underwear section at Walmart because you keep ripping through, or what? Dry Toast, the best name on YouTube, right there. No, you need to come, Applesauce. You need to come. You were supposed to come last year and you didn't. Yes. Gonna go see Avatar. Rock the hell out of him. He's either gonna love it or he's gonna hate it. I think he's gonna love it. Sovereign farts, ripping ass. That's right. Mm-hmm. It's gonna be awesome. Totally gonna be awesome. Hey there, gorgeous Pinzer Flactum. Johan Bish, how are you? Wouldn't surprise me if James Webb is already injured. Oh, the little guy's tough. He plays hockey, Evan Walters. It'll toughen him up a little bit. He's not one of them European hockey players. I got to get him close to the stage, though, for at least a little bit. See if I can get him a guitar pick or two. What do I think the Black Knight is? I think it's a piece of space debris. I don't believe it's an alien satellite. Hate to break your heart, but I don't believe that. Oh, yeah, I'll put him on my shoulders for sure. Good night, Michael Gutierrez. Yes, you did, Lavera. You called it right at the beginning of the playoffs that Colorado was going to win. It's going to be good. Going to be good. Well, I'm going to call it the night here and head off to bed. And say a big thank you to Dennis, Tombstone, Lavera, Tits McGee, Grant, Trisha, YJ, Bob, Catfish, Wayland, Lala times 2, the Doug Shelby, Stephen in the UK, Phil, and Smithy for the amazing super chats. Very much appreciate that. Don't forget, tomorrow night, starting at 7 p.m. Pacific, 10 p.m. Eastern, the Cryptid Huntress will be back. And after that, After Hours with Grant, with Nicholas, with Gentry, and Danielle. Hope you guys are enjoying the new team. They're pretty awesome, I think. So hopefully you guys feel the same way. I'll be back on Monday. Lon Strickler will be my guest. Lon Strickler will be my guest for Strange Days. Talk to you soon, everyone. Good night.
Stay healthy, my friend.
You too.
You need bail money, give me a call.
Always, Dad. Take care.
You too.